Chair Police, we're on the air whenever you're ready to begin.
Can't hear you.
Good morning, everybody. Sorry, Donna.
Wow.
And thank you. And I'm a little under the weather this morning, but I think I can good for a good half a day at least. But anyway, shall we call the meeting to order and start with the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance
Allegiance
to
to
the
the flag
of
of the United States of America and to the republic
for which
which it
stands one nation,
under God,
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. David, would you like to announce the coverage?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Montecito Planning Commission hearings are televised live on County of Santa Barbara Television, CSB TV, Channel 20 at 9 a.m. in the South Coast, Lompoc, San Ynez Valley, San Maria, and Orca areas. Rebroadcast of Montecito Planning Commission hearings are on Fridays after 5 p.m. on CSB TV, Channel 20. Today's hearing will also be streamed live on the county's website and will be available for download in a day or two. Shall I move on to roll call?
Please do.
Okay, great. Commissioner Keller.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Miller.
Present.
Commissioner Kupiak. Bob, can you say that one more time?
Here, David.
Thank you. Commissioner Senauer
Here.
and Chair Police.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Great.
Moving on to item on the administrative agenda 5. David, you want to progress with this as well?
Sure, I'll read it into the record. So the next item is to reconsider the circumstances of the COVID-19 state of emergency, to consider whether state or local officials continue to impose or recommend measures to promote social distancing, find that the legislative body has reconsidered the circumstances of the state of emergency and that state or local officials continue to impose or recommend measures to promote social distancing, including a letter from public health official Henning Anzerg, MD, and Public Health Interim Director Daniel Nilsson, dated September 1st, 2021, and to direct staff to continue to notice and hold hearings as remote hearings consistent with Government Code Section 54953E3.
Well, that's good. It comes in handy. I'm on day 6 of my first COVID outbreak, so I'm glad I'm not there, and so are you. So should we move on to the agenda status, please?
we
Chair
have
and
to-
commissioners, we do need an action on that.
Oh,
A motion
God.
and an action on that one.
Yes.
There we go. There's that long COVID setting in. All right. Shall we have a vote?
Well, you need a motion first, I believe, sir.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Okay.
I'd like to, Susan, you want to propose a motion? or-
Yes, I was going
Okay.
to move that we adapt the recommendations of that we reconsider the circumstances, consider the state and local officials' recommendations, find that the legislative body has reconsidered the circumstances, and direct staff to continue to notice and hold hearings as remote hearings are consistent with the government code.
All right. You got a second?
We could wait for a second. I have a comment, so it could be in deliberations or discussion if someone seconds the motion. I'll second.
the motion.
Oh, okay, so it's, yeah. Okay, so it's motion and seconded. Yeah, I just, since we're not meeting in, although we haven't heard from regarding a status report or projection in December, but it looks like we have nothing on the agenda at that time. But I'm just wondering if we could basically go to a hybrid, if that could be a consideration. We're not meeting in December, and so that would be instituted in January. And just, bringing that up to see if there's any other sort of thoughts and comments on this. If we vote now for hybrid, we're not meeting in December, so January would be, otherwise we have to come back for a short meeting in December since our meeting is the 21st. It's longer than 30 days.
Right.
So anyway, that's my thoughts on it. Anyone else?
Well, we've had examples of this in the past, haven't we? Well, you just have to come back for a short 5 minutes.
Let me raise my hand.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I don't believe Commissioner Sennar is mentioning that. I mean, clearly we will have to have a meeting on December, possibly 14th, when the other planning commission, when the county planning commission will be meeting. But which she's proposing that when we come back in January, we have a hybrid in-person Zoom meeting, and that would be something I would support as well. I feel that at this point that although COVID still is a challenge, obviously, and I'm sorry to hear of your illness, Chair Police, but having the option of people being able to come, give public comment, and come in person, I think is very important to resume as soon as is feasible.
Director Wilson, do you have any comments on this?
Yes, I do. I was waiting for appropriate time. Chair, if you're okay, I can provide some guidance.
Please, let's hear it.
I was going to talk about it a little bit in the projection report, but I think now is appropriate when we look at these findings. So you will need to make these findings. So we'll need to come back for a special hearing because the 30 days will end before our next hearing. So we don't have anything projected, and I think from staff, we're not going to have anything in December. So I'd recommend we cancel the meeting in December, but we set a special hearing to just make these findings to stay remote into January. Now, if the commission wants to do a hybrid, we still need to make these findings, but then you would just agree as a commission to come back in person in January. But you would need to make these findings in order to do a hybrid. Otherwise, if you don't make these findings, then everybody has to come back in person. So my recommendation is that you make these findings, that you come back at a special hearing in December and make the findings to continue to stay remote in January. But the commission needs to decide if they want to go back in person in January or not. Because I'm not for sure what hybrid is from what the commission is talking about. Is that all the commissioners in and the public having the option to do remote? Or so I need some clarification on what hybrid is, and I can give you some counsel on that. The other, real quick, the other one is this is all going to end in February. So we will be back in person by March because these special accommodations for the Brown Act expire in February. So we will only be able to take advantage of this in January, and then the last one will be in February.
Would you clarify that, please, Mr. Wilson? You're saying what special accommodations for the Brown Act? So we can no longer meet remotely after February? Is that what you were saying?
Commissioner Keller, through the chair, that is correct.
Okay.
These provisions of state law that has suspended those Brown Act regulations regarding remote testimony, those provisions expire in February. So we will only be able to make these findings in January for one more time for February. Otherwise, we just agree to go back in person as a commission in January. What that means, though, is that the commissioners are required to be present, but staff and or the public can have the opportunity to be remote. That's the hybrid that we've been doing with the County Planning Commission.
Okay.
And you've seen the Board of Supervisors do the same thing as well.
Okay.
So when we talk about hybrid, that's what I understand hybrid to be. All the voting members of the commission are in person, but the staff and public can be either or.
Does the same protocol apply in person that you could have, as long as you have a quorum, you could have one commissioner, as it has been, as long as they notice where they are, they're not in the room? Does that apply, or will it still apply?
That still does apply, and Director Plowman will probably talk about this more in her director's report. The going forward after February, there's some changes to state law regarding remote participation by commissioners. And that's complicated and it'll give everybody a headache this morning. But we will outline what that requires. There's some parameters that they've set up for when commissioners want to participate remotely, but that's post-February when we finish this provisions that are in place right now.
Okay, is that clear enough? And do you still want to proceed with the modifications you're suggesting, or what do you want to do?
So, oh, I'm sorry. So I'm just to lay it out so the commissioners have an idea of where we can go today.
Yeah,
One, you can make the findings today. That stays remote for 30 days, and we'd have to come in at a special hearing in December. So we need to make a motion for that special hearing, and then we will need to cancel the December 21st. But the special hearing will allow us to be remote in January. Or we can just say enough is enough, and we'll just all agree to go in person in January and cancel December's hearing, and then we'll be in person in January.
Excuse me, Mr. Wilson. So we could make that decision today
Yes.
if there's consensus that we would like to
Yes.
be in person in January. And
Yes.
that would preclude the December special meeting. And we would just cancel the December meeting and meet in January in person.
Commissioner Keller, to the chair, an option for today is don't make these findings, no action needed. And then we cancel December, and then we all agree to be in person in January, and then we're
But
done.
we would have to agree to be in person today, correct? That was what I was asking. We would need to now not vote to approve the continuance that we just moved and seconded to do. And we would then need a vote to say we would like to return in person at our next meeting.
Commissioner Keller, to the chair, you don't need a vote to be in person. Not making,
Okay.
you can
One-
make these findings and they expire in December, and you automatically have to be in person in
okay.
January. So there's no action needed for that.
Let's just
You
do
can make
that.
the findings today, and it expires in December, and you're automatically in person in January.
Thank you. Well, then I'm prepared to withdraw my motion, but I would like to see what the sentiments are of the other commissioners in regard to meeting in person before I do that.
Uh,
so do we have some, well, I think we know how you feel, but go ahead.
No. As long as what remains in place is that as long as we have a quorum, the same protocol remains as it
Okay.
was prior to COVID.
Yes. So Marshall, you got a comment, or Bob?
I am largely in agreement with what's being said. My only thought is that if Director Plowman is offering kind of a preview of what is coming next, I would be a little bit inclined to table this resolution until we have heard what coming next looks like. But if it's the will of this group to vote now, I have no problem voting now.
Bob?
I have no problem voting now. I mean, I'm happy to meet in person. I'm happy to meet online.
Yeah, I hear you. Okay, well,
I'm sorry, Mr. Polici, may I just ask, it's my understanding that anything that changes that Director Plowman would be reporting on, that would not take place until March. Is that correct? That
that's
would
what,
not go into effect until March.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Commissioner Keller, through the chair, what I was inferring as far as the new standards, as far as remote participation of the commissioners, that would be in effect in place in March. However, the bottom line is you're still going to be required to be in person for the most
Right.
part. If there is a need, a hardship, or some
Right.
other certain criteria that has to be met, and one of the commissioners need to be remote, we'll give that instruction to the commissioners later.
Thank you.
But the standard rule is you're going to be in person. That's
Okay,
the
then-
easiest to understand, is you're just going to be in person.
Then I would withdraw my motion to reconsider the circumstances of the COVID so that we will not be voting on it today. Is that the protocol that we should follow? I withdraw my motion, and Commissioner Senauer withdraws her motion, and we just don't vote on it, or do we vote to not approve it?
Commissioner goes to the chair, you can just take no action.
Okay.
The
All right.
vote has been withdrawn, the motion is withdrawn, you can say no action, we'll move on.
okay.
So
That's-
so the
Okay.
understanding then is from this point forward, you'll have to meet in person.
Right.
Thank
Um,
you.
Where
I
do we,
withdraw my motion.
and I think I seconded it, so I withdraw my second. And as far as going forward, do we at this time cancel, when do we cancel the December 21st meeting?
Commissioner Senior, through the chair, I recommend we do that when I go through the
Okay.
projection report.
Great, thank you.
I
Yeah.
feel like a real politician. We talked for a long time and in the end decided to do nothing.
Very effective. too.
Trying to run for office.
Yeah. All right, well, I'm going to force us to move on with, after so much deliberation and doing nothing. Okay, so are we at our projection report yet, or am I losing?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, that's correct. We're at the status of the agenda. I can do that and move into the projection report. if you
All
like.
right, go ahead, Jeff. You're in charge.
Well, I got promoted and now I'm in charge. Everybody should watch out. Commissioners and the chair, in regards to our standard agenda today, we have 4 items listed on the standard agenda. Staff and the applicants, I believe, are ready and willing to present those today and for the commission to take action and review and decide on those items. So we can proceed with the standard agenda as it is outlined in the agenda today. I can move the projection report, Mr. Chair, if you'd like.
Please.
Our next item of interest is on December 14th. And there is a holiday luncheon planned for that day. So although we may not be meeting in December, we have a holiday luncheon December 14th. And emails and information on that will be sent out if it hasn't already gone out.
Is that a Zoom luncheon?
It is not being planned as a hybrid luncheon. So if you want to participate, in person is required.
Okay.
So mark your calendars for December 14th. The next item on the projection report is our regularly scheduled hearing is December 21st. As we've briefly discussed already, I do recommend that we cancel that hearing. And then that will move us to the first hearing of the year of 2023 is on January 18th. There are already 3 items projected on that day. A sound wall, a new single family dwelling, and a lot line adjustment. And then moving further into the year, we have our next hearing would be February 15th, and we have 1 item projected on that. Some alterations and a variance on that date. So we already have items projected for next year. So that's the conclusion of the projection report, Mr. Chair. And then I do recommend that we do take action on December.
Okay, so we need a motion to decide on that cancellation of 14th. Yes.
21st.
21st.
Don't cancel the 14th. That's the luncheon.
Right.
Okay, go ahead, Susan.
I move that we cancel our meeting, our regularly scheduled meeting on December 21st.
I second.
Thank you.
Chair Police,
Yes.
my name's Callie Kim. I'm sitting in for Mr. Pettit today because
Oh.
he's out.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to recommend seeing if there's any public comment on that motion before taking a vote.
Fine. Nice you bring that up. Do we have any public comment?
Mr. Chair, I believe all of our speakers are here for item number 1 on our standard agenda, but as we should give everyone the opportunity if they want to chime in. So if you would like to speak on this item, go ahead and raise your hand and I'll call on you. Actually, we have a taker.
All right.
Our first speaker will be Kimberly Johnson.
Hi, everybody. The only thing that I wanted to point out on my list of comments for you guys regarding the agenda item number 1, one thing I was bringing up, it was a possible suggestion that you guys could look at the stormwater.
Ms. Johnson,
Guideline-
I'm sorry, this is for items not on today's agenda.
Oh,
And I'm sorry, this is specifically
that.
for the projection report cancellation of the 21st. We'll get
Yes.
to that item later.
Can I just get to my point? If you guys wanted to consider talking about that in December, that's the only thing I was going to throw out there, but it can obviously wait, but we can talk about it more on our agenda item.
Okay. Thank you.
So we need to take our vote, please.
All right, Commissioner Keller.
Aye.
Have some discussion. I'm sorry, was the member of the public asking for us to not do this pending another matter that we haven't really discussed yet? Am I understanding that comment correctly?
Well, what it amounts to is that if there is some deliberation and a call for us to look at deeper into this item, she would propose that we may want to do it in December, but we can do it in January. We are,
This-
Okay. Sorry to interrupt. And Commissioner Keller, I'm sorry I spoke over you. Excuse me.
No, I voted aye. Thank you.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Commissioner Kupiec,
Aye.
Commissioner Senauer,
Aye.
and Chair Palice.
aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Now. So are we having public comment now, or was that considered none that was out there?
Mr. Chair, I think technically that was for the cancellation, but so now is the opportunity to speak on items not on today's agenda. So if you have something, go ahead and raise your hand again, and I'll call on you. And I'm not seeing any raised hands this time.
Okay. Shall we move on then to the planning commissioner's informational reports? Yes, go ahead. Mr. Keller.
Oh, sorry, I was going to the extent of raising my hand. If no one else has anything to report.
No, you can go first. There may be
Thank you.
more.
Okay. Well, I wanted to address, I have a tendency to want to address and acknowledge the elephants in the room. And I think in this particular instance, it's the fact that I was recently a candidate for the Montecito Fire Protection District Board. And I just wanted to give you a little follow-up and background on that. I was elected to the Fire Protection District Board 12 years ago when they first expanded the board. And I was the first woman elected to the board. And I served for 3 years, during which time we fulfilled a lot of the mandates that we felt had elected us and did a great deal of good work on the board. But then I was heavily recruited after 3 years to join the Planning Commission to fill an unexpired term. And at the time, I checked several times with County Council, who told me there would be no conflict with my being on both the Planning Commission and the Fire Board. And so I agreed to do that. And a few months after that, when it came time to appoint me to a full term, our supervisor was concerned that even though the county council had said there was no conflict, that it did have the appearance of a conflict. And he asked me to resign from the fire board. So I did so. And having now served 7 years on the Planning Commission, there seemed to be an opportunity for me to return to the fire board to fulfill some unfinished business, because there was an incumbent who was not running for re-election. And I wanted to go back and finish the work that I had started there. And the electorate felt differently. So I was not elected, and I am still a member of the Planning Commission. And I just wanted to confirm that I intend to continue on the Planning Commission and fulfill my term on the Planning Commission. And just wanted to make sure that that was clear to everyone, so there were no lingering questions. But I'm happy to answer any questions if you have them.
I'm sorry for your loss, but glad for
Yeah.
your continued presence here.
Well, thank you. That's very kind of you. Thanks.
All right, well, thank you for the information, and I too am sorry you went down in defeat, but it's what happens sometimes. Thank you. All right, so other informational reports that I might want to say that I've been working, and I don't have any details, but I've been working quietly with the Public Works as well as with the community around Hot Springs, trying to resolve that issue before it goes to court in May. And some progress is being made, but I am sticking my nose in there and working with the local residents and with the Public Works. That's my experience with drainage and road control and drainage control and the easements that exist on that road. But it's a problem that has subsided somewhat since TikTok's got quieter, and it's no longer in the COVID season, so to speak. So things are better than they were, but we still have the county has a serious lawsuit that they're dealing with. Anyway, I'll say no more about that.
I'm sorry, Chair Felice, but could you be a little more specific about what the issue is? We appreciate your efforts, but I'm a little confused as to what you're working
Well,
on.
there is a lawsuit, and I won't go into detail, but in which case the problem of it is that the neighbors have objected to all the traffic that's on the creek, and there's different jurisdictions with the Forest Service and with the county right away and private properties. And so the county, in an effort trying to permit more parking, put up a bunch of signs and sent letters, and they were met with a demand by the neighbors, and a lawsuit was established, and they were granted permission to to stop whatever activity the county was considering doing, which was possibly widening roads, moving things. And so they're at a stalemate here. And I just really don't want to go into detail. I just want to say that I thought maybe you might have known about Hot Springs.
I'm sorry, but you didn't say Hot Springs Trail, and that's why I was confused. I thought you were referring to another area of Hot
All right.
Springs.
No,
Thank
it's
you
the
very
trail.
much for your efforts. Thank you.
Yeah, it's too complicated at this point, but there'll be a lot written later. But anyway, I'm just letting you know that I've got my nose into it. Thank you.
Thank
Anybody else have anything to say? Okay, so shall we move on then? With the minutes, September 12th. Do we have a motion or any comments on them?
Yes, I move to accept the special hearing minutes of September 12, 2022.
Okay, and what about the 19th? Can we throw those in too?
We can just take them separately quickly.
Okay. All right, do we have a second?
I second that.
David, we have a roll?
All right, I think, yes, I'm happy to do roll, but I think that we're going to have 2 abstentions on this one.
Yes.
Commissioner Keller,
Abstain.
Commissioner Miller,
I think I'm abstained too.
not this time.
Okay.
You were there.
I approve.
Commissioner Kupiec.
I approve.
I think, Commissioner Kupiec, I think you need to abstain actually because you weren't there.
Oh, hang on. I abstain.
Commissioner Senauer
I believe I was there, so yes.
Yeah. And Chair Police.
I wasn't there.
Okay, if I was there,
Yes.
I'll say yes to
All right.
this.
Motion passes 302.
Okay. So we have another motion to go forward for the October 19th.
Yes, I so move to approve the minutes special hearing of October 12, 2022.
Oh, excuse me, please. You did say the 19th, Chair Police. Those were the minutes of the regular meeting of the 19th. Was that what you intended?
Yes,
Okay.
Okay, so the
I already
12th,
approved the 12th.
no, we approved
approved
the
September 12th.
September 12th.
Oh, you're
This
right.
is
You're right.
October 12th.
You're
That
right.
is before us.
I'm sorry, I'm wrong.
No, certainly we understand. Okay, you're dealing with a lot. So what's before us is a motion to approve the special hearing of October 12,
Yes.
2022.
May I just offer a correction before I second the motion? In the minutes, you should say the hearing is called to order by Ron Police, but he was absent. And so the hearing was called to order by myself as first vice chair.
So just to make sure we're all on the same page, are we looking at the 12th or the 19th? Because my
We are
copy
looking
of
at the 12th,
my copy
the
of the-
12th of October.
my copy of the minute says called to order by First Vice Chair Susan Keller. Is that not
All
what
right.
your guys said?
Yes, correct,
This was special hearing of October 12th.
correct. At the very top, special hearing was called to order by First Vice Chair Susan Keller at 9:03.
Correct, but if you go down to the administrative agenda,
Oh,
it says
perfect.
hearing called to order by Ron Pliche.
got it. Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. I'll make that change.
And so I will second the motion of the amended minutes.
All right. I believe we also have we're going to have an abstention on this one too. Commissioner Keller,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller.
This is where I wasn't, right?
No, you were here too. It's the next one. You weren't here.
It's the next one I missed.
The
Okay,
next
got
one.
it. I approve these wholeheartedly.
Commissioner Kupiec.
I can't even find them in my packet.
It's a hearing that we met very briefly to just make the motions for COVID-19, and that was the entirety of our meeting.
5 minutes worth. We're spending more time talking about it.
Aye.
Commissioner Senauer
Aye.
and Chair Pliche.
I'm absent, so no vote.
So I think you need to abstain on that one. So motion passes 401.
All right, so shall we try once more to tackle the third meeting minutes, October 19th?
I will move to approve the minutes of October 19th, 2022.
Okay. Do we have a second? Anyone?
I second.
Thank you.
May I ask a question, please? Because I was not present for the entire meeting, I don't know if I can vote to approve these or if I need to abstain. May I ask that question?
Yes, I think you'd be safe to abstain, but that's up to, if it's, I don't know how critical this is. I guess if we get 4 votes, we're in good shape.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, just to streamline this, let's just say abstaining. It's a great option.
Okay, very good.
All right, so then we're down to 3. Bob, Donna.
Aye.
All right. With that second, Commissioner Keller,
Abstain.
Commissioner Miller,
Abstain.
Commissioner Kupiec,
Aye.
Commissioner Senauer,
Aye.
Chair Pliche.
Aye.
Motion passes 302 with 2 abstentions. Thank you.
Okay. That was fun. So we go to the director's report.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the commission.
Good morning.
A few things to report on today. I wanted to let you know that there is a planning commissioner training that's going to be held by the Institute for Local Government on February 17th in our board hearing room. So they are coming to Santa Barbara, and they usually have a fairly good attendance, and it is at no cost. So if you're interested in attending, I recommend it. I think they do a good job. If you'd sort of like to bone up on some of the different rules and relevant issues for planning commissioners.
Do we have a time yet, Director Plowman?
I think it'll be early in the morning. It'll start in the morning, and I just don't have the exact time yet, but we can report to you on that.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. And as Mr. Wilson said, so what is happening at the end of February is the governor is ending the state of emergency. So you've already been through the discussion. You're going to come back in person, which is great. And as Mr. Wilson indicated, there is a new law in place. It's AB 2449 that does that's going to be in effect for 3 years. And it does allow for remote participation without noticing of that location, provided there's just cause. So there could be an illness, it could be you have to take care of a family member. So it's a little bit more complicated, but it also has limitations on it that it limits the number of times you can be absent, and you have to have a quorum in place in person. So it's 20% of the meetings. You can't be absent more than 20% of the meetings, and then you could not be absent for more than 3 consecutive months. So like if there was, you had to be caring for a family member someplace else, you could do that for a period of time, but there are these limitations. As we also discussed, the provisions of the original Brown Act are still in place, which means you could be remote as long as you post your location and make it available for a member of the public to come to that location. So I think moving to in-person in January is probably a good idea. So, and we will see how it goes. All of our other commissions and boards, like the Architectural Board of Reviews, will be going back to in-person too after February. I do, and Jeff mentioned the holiday party. Hopefully you will come. And then there was one other thing I wanted to mention was we are in the process of going out to the public with the information on the housing element. So we're having 2 workshops. One is tonight in North County at the Betaravia Government Center at 5:30. And tomorrow night we have one at the Planning Commission hearing room in South County. And the purpose of these meetings is to go over the maps of possible sites that could be rezoned to respond to the state's mandate and the RENA allocation that the county received. The way we have gone about it is we have identified a number of sites that could potentially be rezoned, and then that will provide options for the Board of Supervisors to consider when they move forward with rezone. So not all of the sites that are on these interactive maps, and they are on our website. So if you go to the Housing Element Project website page, you can click on the link for the interactive map, and it shows all of the possible properties that were considered. And those are going to be moved forward to the decision makers for consideration. So again, not all of these sites will be rezoned, but we do need to rezone a number of them because we have a rather large allocation from the state. So about 4,200 on the units on the South County and 1,500 in North County.
Wow.
So it's a big endeavor. So if you're interested, there are Zoom links. You can participate by Zoom if you want to. We know that some county planning commissioners are going to attend. So if you were, no more than 2 of you could come in person to attend that workshop in South County.
So how do we arrange that? If more than 2 show up, how does that work?
Well, it'd probably be a good idea to get an idea of people who are interested in coming.
Okay.
I see Susan Keller has a question. Commissioner
Yes,
Keller?
you didn't say what time it was, first of all. And secondly,
5:30.
5:30?
Yeah.
Tomorrow, Thursday?
Both nights are 5:30. Tomorrow is in South County.
And then the 5:30 Thursday and tonight in North County. And can you give us any sense of what properties or areas in Montecito might be affected by the rezoning?
There aren't any properties in Montecito community plan area that are affected by the rezoning.
So there's no specific impact to the Montecito community.
That's
but
correct.
You still have 4,200 South County locations. That's challenging. Thank you.
And I would just like to add, I tried to go on the interactive site and it kept crashing yesterday. So I think there's a lot of interest in this.
I assume there is, yes.
Which is good. And the tools to view the properties or the sites. I will try again today.
Let us know if you have any problems. We can try and help you out.
Of course. Thank you.
Any other questions on that?
So I guess there won't be any kind of formal hearings about agricultural properties and their interplay with this phenomena of increased or change of zoning. Is that true?
So, Commissioner Police, we have identified some properties that are within the urban boundary and a few on the outside of the urban boundary in Carpinteria.
I see.
So in Goleta, there are some urban agricultural properties that are right in the urban core that are listed as possible rezone sites. A couple on the outside in Carpinteria.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sure. Any other questions? Okay. We have a busy agenda at our board for the next 6 weeks before the end of the year. So we have the track map and ORCUT that'll be heard on the 29th. We also have the child care ordinance amendments that the MPC heard. They'll be going forward for action on the 29th of November. And then we have a building code update. That is, the first reading will be on the 29th of November, and the second reading will be on December 6th. And then we have CREF, and that is going to the board on December 6th. It is for a few things. One is we have to change the name of CREF because we had a trademark infringement letter that we received. So we are changing it from Coastal Resource Enhancement Fund to Coastal Resource Mitigation Fund. And so that's part of the board's action. We're going to do a 5-year reassessment of the fees and then an annual status report. So it's not a cycle where money is being granted. It's just a cycle of update, name change, and fee reassessment. Then we are going to be taking the land use element amendment to the board on December 13th for disadvantaged communities within the unincorporated county. So we are required to do this as part of our housing element update. And we have, I believe it's 8 disadvantaged communities, and those are communities that don't have certain services like sanitation services or other types of municipal or would standardly be considered municipal services. And so they include Cuyama, Los Alamos, Casmelia, Tepisque, those types of communities. So we didn't have a whole lot of new information on them, and we didn't add any to our list. And so this is just sort of a perfunctory step that we're required to take by the state. And then on the 13th, we are also hearing the Summerland Association's appeal of a sign for the fuel depot gas station, and then an appeal of a cannabis project in Carpinteria. So we are quite busy. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
I don't see any questions. They must all agree with you.
That's a good feeling.
Yeah, tell your husband that. Okay.
Right?
Well, shall we progress and thank you?
Yeah, thank you. Have a good meeting.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye.
So standard agenda, shall we move to?
All right, before Mr. Smuckle starts his presentation, let me just read the item into the record really quick.
Okay, sounds good.
The following is a hearing on the request of Airline Highway Fund LLC regarding case number 21 CDH 31 and to accept negative declaration case number 01 ND3 as adequate environmental review pursuant to section 15162 of the state guidelines for implementation of the California Environmental Quality Act.
Chair Police, would you entertain ex parte at this point, or do you want to entertain that at a later point?
This is probably an appropriate time. We've done it before this time. You're just being kind that I forgot again.
Okay, go right ahead. You
Yeah,
go first.
thank you. I'd like to report that I completed a site visit last month when this was before us, and spent about 30 minutes on the property, walking the parameters and the entire building envelope. And anyway, that's it. Thank you.
Anybody else? Marshall? I personally attempted to walk the property Friday, but I did come down with COVID, so I couldn't do it, but I did a Zoom with the applicant's rep and had a thorough discussion about the surface drainage and other issues that were helpful. Okay, I don't see anybody else. So Don, I guess it's just you and I doing the extra core work. So we move on and just proceed with having our staff present.
Good morning, Chair Polices and members of the commission. I'm pulling up the PowerPoint right now.
Okay. So this is Chris, right?
Yes, this is Chris Schmuckel. I'm the planner for the project.
Great.
And so today I'm presenting the Airline Highway Fund New Residence Project, case number 21 CDH 31. The applicant for the project is Airline Highway Fund, and their agent is Zach Hansen with Warner Group Architects, who are both online. So this project is located off of South Jameson Lane, south of the Highway 101, between the highway and the Union Pacific Railroad. The existing 3.27 acre parcel is vacant and is zoned single-family residential. The parcel is located within a gated community and takes access via a private road off of South Jameson Lane. The parcel is located in the coastal zone within the Coastal Commission's appeals jurisdiction and is within the Montecito Community Plan area as well. So here are some site photos that show the vacant parcel. As you can see, the parcel is vacant, and there's not a lot of trees near the building site, but there are some vegetation and trees along the boundaries to the west and on the east side of the parcel. So a lot line adjustment was approved in 2001 that created the existing parcel configuration. The lot line adjustment was analyzed under a mitigated negative declaration, and mitigation measures were applied to reduce the impacts of future development to a less than significant impact. One of the mitigation measures included a development envelope that restricted the location of future development in order to protect cultural and biological resources. The currently proposed project is in conformance with all the mitigation measures applied by the MND. The proposed project is for a 6,892 net square foot, two-story, single-family residence with a 543 square foot attached garage, a 459 square foot detached garage, and a 367 square foot cabana with the 800 square foot gym. The project also includes a swimming pool, approximately 1,700 square feet of impervious surface, and over 8,000 square feet of new landscaping. The project also includes about 740 cubic yards of cut and fill. So this slide shows the site plan for the project. The lines in red show the development envelope, and all ground disturbance would be located within that development envelope, with the exception of the driveway and the utility lines. The rest of the parcel is to remain undisturbed to protect the sensitive resources on site. So this slide shows a zoomed-in version of the site plan. The parcel takes access from a private road to the northeast and goes into the motor court with two garages on either side. The proposed single-family residence is to the south, and the gym and cabana are located on the west side of the parcel. The swimming pool is south of the single-family residence and abuts the edge of the development envelope. I also want to point out that there's a 25-foot ESH buffer from a designated oak woodland that is located on the east side of the property, and all new development on the parcel would be located outside of that ESH buffer zone. So the north and west elevations are shown on this slide. The dashed line shows the existing grade with the 25-foot height limit. The proposed project includes parapets, which when included, cause the structure to exceed the 25-foot height limit. The roof height meets the 25-foot height limit requirement. However, the parapets that ring the outer edge exceed it by about 1 foot 3 inches in certain areas. And I'm going to discuss this detail in more depth on a later slide. So this shows the south and east elevations. As shown from the south elevation, the project exceeds the height requirements due to the parapets. From the east elevation, it meets these requirements. This slide shows the accessory structure elevations, and all of the accessory structures meet the 16-foot height limit requirement of Article 2. So as mentioned earlier, the single-family dwelling exceeds the height limit by about 1 foot 3 inches. Under Article 2, Section 127A3C, architectural elements may exceed the height limit by up to 8 feet if the aggregate total area is less than 10%, or if the total area is less than 400 square foot, whichever is less, when approved by the Board of Architectural Review. The project was reviewed by the Montecito Board of Architectural Review, and their comments explained that they approved the height exception to allow the parapets to exceed the height limit in order to add to the architectural character of the structure. So as discussed in the staff report, the project is consistent with the requirements of the Coastal Land Use Plan, the Montecito Community Plan, and with the Article 2 Coastal Zoning Ordinance standards, including the environmentally sensitive habitat overlay. This project does not require additional environmental review pursuant to Section 15162 of the state CEQA guidelines, because Section 15162 specifies that no subsequent environmental review is required when an MND has already been adopted for a project and when there are no new significant environmental impacts that will occur. Creation of the subject parcel and future development of the lot was analyzed under the Mitigated Negative Declaration 01-ND03, which found significant but mitigable impacts in the areas of aesthetics and visual resources, air quality, biology, cultural resources, geologic processes, land use, and noise, and included mitigation measures to reduce these impacts to less than significant. The proposed project will comply with the applicable mitigation measures, and impacts will remain less than significant. So staff prepared a memo dated November 7th, 2022 that addressed the public comment that was received before the previous hearing in October. As discussed in the memo, the project is in compliance with all applicable stormwater requirements of county flood control, and the level spreader drainage device has been relocated to be inside the development envelope. A Phase 1 cultural resources report and subsequent letter from Leftwich Archaeology confirmed that restriction of the development to the designated development envelope and implementation of the recommended conditions will ensure that adverse impacts to cultural resources are avoided. Recommended conditions require Native American and archaeological monitoring and stop work in the unexpected event that cultural resources are found during grading activities. In addition, construction activities are limited to designated construction hours, and at the request of neighbors, the applicant has agreed to plant a hedge along the west and north property boundaries within 3 months of the beginning of grading activities. So with those changes, staff continues to recommend approval of the project. The commission's motion should include the following: to 1, make the required findings for approval of the project as specified in attachment A of the staff memo, including the CEQA findings. 2, to determine that the previous environmental document, a mitigated negative declaration 01-ND03, may be used to fulfill the environmental review requirements pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15162. And to 3, approve the project, case number 21 CDH 31, subject to the conditions of approval included as attachment B. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Ms. Keller?
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify, because you say on page 13 of your report that the conditions of approval, the mitigation measures are found in condition 15. And looking at attachment B, condition 15, it only refers to water conservation and landscaping. Is that the only mitigation measure that you intend?
So I might have got Commissioner Kelleher through the chair. I might have said the condition number wrong, but it should be the last condition. I will pull it up and clarify that.
Yeah, that's number 3026. Conditioned, it appears that mitigation monitor, well, you determine if you would.
Chair, Commissioner Keller, through the chair, I believe it's condition 16 of attachment B1 for the memo that was sent out. So it references conditions from 99 LA 008. The project shall continue to apply with all applicable conditions of approval and mitigation measures from the lot line adjustment 99 LA 008 and mitigated negative declaration 01 ND 03.
Thank you. You do not have a copy of 99 LA 008, so we don't know what those conditions are.
Commissioner Keller, through the chair, the MND, which is attachment C, includes all of the conditions of approval and mitigation measures.
Okay, sorry. So I was confused because of the reference to condition 15. So attachment C is it looks like that's the Ashley Vance letter report.
My apologies. It's attachment C of the staff report, not attachment C of the memo. My apologies.
Okay. I'll have to see if I can find that because I would just like to know more specifically what mitigation measures need to be complied with. And I'm not seeing that right now.
So while you're looking, Donna, could you have your question?
Yes, thank you. A quick one to start out with. The continued inconsistencies with impervious square footage kind of continue throughout the original project description of it was 14,886. And in the memo, it refers to 13,740 impervious of new impermeable surface. Chris, can you clarify which is the correct metric?
Commissioner Senauer, through the chair, yes, the 13,740 square foot impervious surface, new impervious surface, is the correct number. That number is from their Tier 1 stormwater control plan, which was submitted and is included in the staff memo. The previous number was a number that was originally applied when the project was submitted, but the Tier 1 number is the accurate number.
Okay, since there's basically all surfaces, flat work, permeable, impermeable are new, is that correct? It's an undeveloped site. So the new descriptive simply means it's being developed, correct? And nothing exists, right? As far as other than a dirt pad, correct?
Commissioner Senauer, through the chair, I believe there is a small amount of asphalt driveway that is currently on the parcel that would be removed, but it's a very small amount. You're correct in that
Okay.
in general the parcel is undeveloped and vacant, and
Okay.
the whole of the project is new impervious surface.
Okay, so the asphalt to be removed is going to be replaced with impermeable, and that's in the metric of 13,740?
Commissioner Senauer, through the chair, yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. All I have for right now. Thank you very much.
Okay. And next, Susan, are you still?
No, I would just like to ask Mr. Schmuckel, so I'm referring to the last month's staff report that was submitted because I see no conditions attached to this month's memorandum. So if you could please just direct me to where those mitigation measures are spelled out, I would appreciate it.
Commissioner Kelleher through the chair. So in attachment C of the previous staff report, the mitigated negative declaration includes mitigation measures, and all of those mitigation measures in that document need to continue to be followed with this project and this approval.
Okay, so it's the attachment C of last month's staff report.
Yes.
And I have that right here, and attachment C appears to be the proposed final negative declaration.
Yes, that is correct. So in that document, there are mitigation measures that are included, and all of those mitigation measures for each section need to continue to be followed with.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yes, please. No, I didn't mean to cut you off.
So if there's certain issue areas that you're interested in knowing the mitigation measures, you can look at that issue area, look at the mitigation measures, and those all will continue to be applicable for this project.
And may I just ask, this is dated March 14th, 2001. In the subsequent 21 years, have any conditions changed such that these should have been amended or updated?
Commissioner Keller through the chair, no, we don't believe that any of these need to be updated. The issue areas that were looked at the time of the previous lot line adjustment are still applicable, and that project considered future development on the parcel. And so that's why we're using that mitigated negative declaration for this project moving forward.
Thank you. I'm just wondering if there was any impact as a result of flooding in 2018 that affected Montecito Creek that might have affected any of the mitigation measures.
Commissioner Keller through the chair, no, we don't believe that any additional mitigation measures are needed. And the project was reviewed by county flood control staff who didn't apply any additional conditions to the project.
Good, thank you. I also, just to follow up on what Commissioner Senauer said, I saw that the number of square feet of the 13,740 feet of new impermeable surface, I saw that that was a correction from the previous number, but that, and you have included permeable pavers along the driveway. So that amount is not included in the 13,740 square feet. And by permeable pavers, does that mean that because there are spaces between the pavers, you now consider that permeable?
Commissioner Keller through the chair, yes. So the driveway area is not impervious because there is areas where the water can filter through and go down into the ground. So that's kind of outlined in their Tier 1 stormwater control plan, and that's the requirement that they're using to meet the requirement.
Right. No, it's just that I have pavers on my driveway, and I noticed that with heavy rain, there's no opportunity for anything to be absorbed. It all runs off the pavers. And the pavers also have a fill that consists of a fine gravel or sand, which also is not very, I just think that calling the pavers permeable rather than including them within, or at least half of them, or in some way including that within the impermeable area would be more appropriate, because personal experience shows that the pavers don't absorb the way that they might ideally occur when there is a light rainfall. So just making the point that these figures seem a little optimistic. Thank you.
Commissioner Keller through the chair, the applicant's civil engineer is also here and available to talk. Maybe after their presentation, he could speak to that issue.
Yeah, he might have comments about the tile you're using as well. But Donna, you want to ask the question?
Yeah, a quick question, and I will wait until the applicant gives their presentation. But Chris, you mentioned that hedges were going to be planted to the north and west. Is that correct?
Commissioner Senauer, through the chair, yes, that is correct.
Okay. When I was on site with Zach, it appeared that to the north, the hedges, I believe, I'm not sure if they were Eugenias or Catalina cherries or ficus, had already been planted. Am I incorrect? They were about 6 feet tall, I think, all the way from east to west on the north boundary. And I can ask the applicant that, okay? But
Commissioner,
it seemed to be pointed out to me that in fact they had recently been planted.
Commissioner Senauer, through the chair, that might be a good question for the applicant.
Great, thank you very much.
David, okay. So are we about ready to get to the applicant's comments or presentations?
Good morning, Chair Puliche. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Hi, yes, good morning, Chair Puliche and commissioners. My name is Tiep Kung. I'm with the Warner Group. And Zach Hansen will also be with the Warner Group today. And with us today, we have a team of consultants. We have Sam Mayfors from Earthform. Sam is the landscape architect for the project. We'll have Brad Leftwich, and he's the archaeologist for the project. We'll have Jason Gotsis and Bruce Jones with Ashley Vance, the civil engineer firm for the project. And then we'll also have the project owner, Florian Bart, on Zoom today. So if you have any question for us, we'll be glad to walk you through the project. And thank you for hearing the project. We've been looking for this date since a year ago, and it took a year to get through the county planning commission, the process and the staff. And during that time, the project was reviewed and at AMBAR for 3 times. And it was, as Chris mentioned, we had, less than recommended FAR, and AMBAR liked the project, and the project is being developed within the building envelope as the parcel was subdivided in 2001. So Zach, can you go through the presentation a little bit about the project, the rendering and the design?
Yes, sir. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, well, thank you, Chris, for giving your spiel. That was a lot of information. So as Tip mentioned, we're below the FAR. We're at 92%, and that includes the ADU, which is not part of this approval. And again, MBAR has given us positive comments on the design, as well as the height exception that Chris mentioned. Can you go down a couple of slides, Chris? Keep one up. Yep, here we go. So Chris already showed this slide, but this is the existing site. And I just want to point out that it's heavily screened on pretty much all sides. There is one vacant lot to the north. But again, it's a very secluded and private area, which is to our benefit. As Chris mentioned, there's an oak woodland to the southeast, which we are set back far away from. And there's also a tiny ESH area at the east property line, which we are very set back from. And you can see that in the site plan. Could you go to the site plan, Chris? I think 3 down. Okay, so here's our site plan. Again, Chris mentioned we're doing a new access road from the north. And this is where all of our utilities will be coming from. All the hookups are already there for us. Fire hydrant, gas, water, sewer. So it should be pretty simple to hook those up. Again, you can see the oak woodland that we're far out away from on the southeast, and way to the east, you can see this dash line of this ESH area, which is closer to the creek. So all the improvements have to be within the development envelope, and so we are complying with that rule. If you go down, Chris. So these are the floor plans for the main house. It's 2-story. Next slide. Below, you can see the plans for the accessory buildings. And again, the ADU is shown for reference, but just it is not part of this approval. Next slide. Okay, so here are the elevations. The style is kind of a modern Mediterranean with parapet roofs. We're proposing a light gray 3-coat integral color plaster, steel windows and doors, steel awnings and railings, and some nice stained wood beams to warm everything up. And so these are the elevations for the SFD. If you go to the next slide, these are the elevations for the accessory buildings. And again, same style as the SFD. Next slide. One more slide. So these are the 3D renderings of the project. The top image is a view when entering the property from the access road. So there'll be this kind of entry arbor between the 2 garages before you enter the motor court. The image below is a bird's eye view of the motor court, kind of showing how all the buildings are situated around this central access.
Can I ask you a question? Is this as good a focus as we're going to get?
Yes, that's my question too. I can't see very well.
Chris?
I just had cataract surgery, so I'm hoping to see better than this.
Commissioner Police, it looks fine on our computers here, but I might try to maybe close it out and reopen it, see if I can.
Yeah, why don't you try that? It's very fuzzy and difficult to see. Thank you.
We seem to be a little better.
A little bit. Can we zoom in also, Chris?
This bottom picture is fairly decent.
Commissioner Police and Zach, I don't think I can zoom in if it's on full screen like this.
Okay. Well, this will have to do.
Okay. So the top image is looking south towards the ocean, and this is kind of showing the entry to the residence. You have your garages to the left and the accessory buildings to the right. And then below is the opposite view looking north toward the mountains, showing the new pool and the south side of the SFD. You can tell from these images that the landscaping is proposed to be very tropical. And if you have any specific questions about landscaping, our landscape architect is also here. With that, I will turn it back over to Tip.
Chris, can you move on to the Google Map slide?
Next slide.
And can you zoom into this one, Chris, or you cannot?
Got it.
Okay, I guess this is as good as what we can have. Actually, yeah, this is a very good slide because it really showed the project, and which is to the left, which is 3.27 acres. And then you can see that there's a small building envelope to the upper left corner, which will be 0.8 acres. And everything we do had to be within that building envelope. And the mountain is to the north, and obviously the ocean to the south. So that's north and the west and the east. And we, as you, the commissioner, received some comments from some neighbors, and one of them would be the neighbor on the left, which is the upper left, northwest, the red outline, and that's from Christina Campbell. And I believe that she has some concern with the noise during construction and landscaping. And to answer some of the earlier question about the hedge, yeah, we did plant the hedge on the north and on the west of the property. And then as you move to the east, you can see some heavy vegetation right at the edge of the site of 3.27 acres. And then it's dropping down for some of the commissioners that have not been to the site, it's dropping down to the part of the Montecito Creek, which I believe which is the tail end of the Montecito Creek. And that's a blue line that runs from the mountain, I mean, from Highway 101 all the way down to the ocean. And with a drop of approximately, I believe, 50 to 60 feet from the site down to the neighbors, which are those red parcels along Humphrey Road. During the last couple of months, we have reached out to all the neighbors to explain to them the process and how, you know, we contain the water on site and the runoff, which down to the creek, which is very minimal. And that is something that our civil engineer can address the commissioners. But we reach out to Mr. Harry Robin, which is a long parcel you can see from the left to the right. And we also reach out to Heal the Ocean. And we had multiple meetings with Harry and Heal the Ocean, and they were happy with the solution. And I believe they did withdraw the request for hearing from Heal the Ocean, which we have the letter from Heal the Ocean. We also tried multiple times, tried to reach out to Mrs. Kim Johnson, which I believe she's in the audience today, which is the parcel right lower southeast of the parcel. And we were not successful in meeting with Mrs. Johnson for the last 4 months. And we also received letters from, I believe, her tenant, Valerie and Brandon Arroyan, which is, I believe, they're the tenant on Mrs. Johnson property on site on Humphrey Road. And then, so those we have tried reaching out to multiple times, but I believe that they decided to go to the county straight to the county, get the answer from Chris and not from us. So I would like to address one important consideration. I mean, with multiple public comments were concerned about stormwater runoff from the proposed project and the potential that the stormwater could cause issues with the neighboring properties. Well, you know, I moved to Montecito in 1985, and that's 37 years ago. And during the 37 years, I witnessed 2 major flooding events. The first one was in 1995, January, and that due to heavy rainstorm, and Montecito was flooded. And I remember vividly that time, you know, it caused some major damage. And some of the damages I remember was the floating mobile homes across the freeway 101 during that time, which I thought was very traumatized to see that. And fast forward, then we have the major debris flow in 2018. And this was, you know, obviously much worse than the 1995. And I think we all learned that during those 2 major flooding events, most or all of the debris and the water came down our creek system, all generated from the mountains above Montecito. And if, you know, history if we learn anything from history, I think flooding will happen again in our community. So to address and prevent the future flooding, flood control in the county has successfully built new debris basin at San Isidro Creek off Randall Road. And the reason I brought all these up because the board project parcel runoff was so small and will not be the issue. Obviously, for the 2018 debris flow or any future flooding event, because the runoff from the site is extraordinarily insignificant compared to the overall Montecito Creek watershed. But that being said, we have done everything we could and we can, and we completely, there's no runoff from the project as designed. Actually, we have a very small 0.0005%, which our civil engineer will happy to address that. And so that's kind of conclude our presentation. And I'm not sure if Florence, are you on Zoom?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, I'd like to introduce Florence. He's the project owner, and Florence, would you like to say something?
Excuse me, Mr. Kung, before you move on, may I just ask a question about this particular slide? Because
Right.
it's a good view. May I just intrude? So all the properties that are on the east side are facing onto Humphrey Road, which goes along the pretty much the red line that's on the east side. Is that correct?
That's right. That's Humphrey Road.
Humphrey Road, excuse me. So you showed a driveway access to the parcel, and I'm just wondering where that driveway access actually exists, because now that you can see the vacant lot north of the parcel, it's hard to tell where the access is.
Actually, Chris, if you can, well, I can tell you, the access road is right above the parcel and right next to the heavy vegetation on the east. And the way you access the site is from South Jameson. And you will pass a parcel in front, a vacant parcel, then you go to the board parcel, which is the last parcel before the train track.
Right, so it means that everything, I was just wondering about Ms. Campbell's concern, so that everything comes in from Jameson. I'm seeing a road that goes right along that easternmost head vegetation, so that all the construction vehicles, et cetera, would need to come in from Jameson, go along that eastern vegetation in the vacant lot north in order to access this parcel. Is that correct?
Exactly, and that's the only way in, the only way out of this three-lot subdivision.
So that this parcel does it have a easement along that road? Is that an easement, or is that part of the property? Or I'm just wondering for future development of the other parcel, if that's what the case might be.
We believe that, well, actually, we're not believing. I know that it's an easement that served the three parcels from South Jameson, and that was subdivided when the parcel went through a subdivision in 2001.
Okay, thank you. So that is the access. That's what I was.
And that's the only access to the site.
Very good. Thank you.
Mr. Kung, this is Marshall Miller.
Yes.
I'm not understanding your comments about the Randall Road debris basin. Could you? I understand that was constructed, but how does that tie into this watershed in your mind?
Well, what I was trying to lead to is that, during the big flooding event, the county came back and realized that, pretty much all the debris flow from the mountains, and the best way to control the flooding is to stop them from running down to Montecito. So that was one of the projects that Montecito and the flood control embraces that successfully implemented and built. And I believe that, to help anything down the creek, down to the ocean, those are the kind of projects that the county and the flood control should embrace. And that's what will really help all the parcel way down, by the ocean, which is, the parcels on Humphrey Road, which I believe was flooded, in 2018. And what I'm trying to imply is that during the flooding, 99% of all the water, the debris flow down and it get down to the ocean, mainly from the mountain, and very insignificant amount of water, anything from the side that coming down to the current creek.
But that you're not representing that I mean, that is a separate watershed from the creek.
Exactly. You're absolutely right. That's a separate watershed from San Isidro Creek that, which, yeah, that's right.
Well, that being said, the floodway dimensions from the freeway to the ocean are way substandard, and you're going to always have issues there. But your contribution to it is minimal from your little pad there.
Yeah,
Good.
it's minimal at best. Yeah.
All right. Is your hand up, Susan, for another comment? Okay. So did your
Thank you. Beg your pardon.
was the owner going to have a word to say?
Florian?
Yeah, thank you, commissioners. My name is Florian Barth. Unfortunately, my link, which I've been provided, did not work, and I logged on via Zach Hansen. So there are two Zach Hansens, unfortunately. But you see me speak. That this is I am Florian Barth. For clarification. Thank you for the opportunity and for the ability that we can have our project in front of MPC. A little background on myself. I think it is important for you to have a little visibility and connection. I serve on two boards. One is NEW, the Center of Excellence for Carbon Neutral Concrete, and the Resilient Action Fund that develops a disaster rating for systems considering the global warming and increase of peak events. I volunteered on the 318 Building Code Committee, US Building Code Committee for over 2 decades. I understand the need and importance for code compliance and certainly understand disaster prevention. So any comments we have received hits very the center of this, and we our ears are wide open. I also wanted to quickly point out how we got here. We did get conceptual MBAR approval last summer or late last summer, and did some tweaking as requested by planning. Were deemed complete January 5th of 2022 by our planner. Due to COVID and planning staff shortage, we were not able to get onto your calendar until October 19th. However, right before our hearing, we received valuable and great input from our neighbors that caused us to request a continuance to improve our project. We're excited to be finally here. We have been fortunate to receive valuable input from our neighbors that we implemented and made it make a great project even better. And thanks to our neighbor for their detailed comments and diligent follow-up. Our consultants implemented comments into our current design, and my wife and I are transparent and want to make sure that independent of MCP or future building permit approval, we comply with all requirements that are related to code or compliance, and certainly want to be a great neighbor and have an open door and an open ear if there's anything now or in the future. Thank you for the time.
Thank you.
That would conclude our presentation, and our consultants are here to answer any question that the commissioner might have.
Okay. Yes. Mr. Sanauer, you have a question?
Yeah, thank you. I have some questions regarding landscape and impermeable surface, as Commissioner Keller did mention. Regarding the, so who would be able to address the paver issue? Is that who?
I think the landscape architect can deal with that, can't he?
Sam, are you still on Zoom?
Yes, Tip, I'm here. So I'm Sam Maphis with Earthform Design.
Yes, hi,
Can you
Sam.
hear me?
Yes, we can.
So I'm not the expert on the stormwater aspects. I think that's Ashley Vance, maybe Jason Gotzitz,
Okay.
but I can certainly talk to the permeable aspect of the pavers. To Ms. Keller's, Commissioner Keller's comments, when you do a permeable paver, you really do have to kind of over excavate a foot or 2 feet. And what happens is you put gravel and you put all kinds of layers of aggregate underneath those pavers that contain the stormwater, filter it and allow it to percolate into the groundwater. So the percolated paver is essentially a very good device to clean water and to let it sit and evaporate, but certainly try to push it into the groundwater. And that's the result of all of our permeable paving. Our impermeable surfaces will be going into recharge and retention areas that are all inside the building envelope. And that again is another device that pushes the water into the groundwater tables and allows it to not be flowing on the surface. Any kind of major rain event, you're going to see some surface migration, but the way it's designed is mostly to go into our catching devices. So I hope that kind of clears up that paver question.
It really doesn't. Literature that I've read over the past 6 months, I'm involved with groundwater recharge. And pavers have been before MBAR for years as a infiltration device. And they really are ineffective from the literature I've read, unless you have large spacing between the pavers, okay? Not what you see in driveways that are like an inch. And so it appears to be somewhat of an overreach as far as what I've read in the literature regarding true infiltration and recharge of groundwater. We have, and I think that should be looked at. This is still question. I'm not going to get into the comments, but
Well,
I
Jason got, excuse me for interrupting, but Jason's here too, and he's
Okay.
a civil engineer. He's got his hand raised.
Great.
Maybe he could speak to that more specifically.
Okay. Sure, he can enter into the conversation now, but this is just questions. I'm not going to comment at this point. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm ready to speak when
go ahead,
you want me
Jason,
to.
go ahead.
So
Go ahead.
Commissioner Senauer, the pavers are there to meet the tier 1 compliance. So they're not there to specifically infiltrate. They're specifically there to maintain a permeable surface that was there before. So the gaps in the pavement will receive the stormwater that hits it from the sky and still give it that chance to be permeable through the subgrade below. So
What gap? What is the metric of the gap?
The 3/8, well, this is through the ICPI. The 3/8 inch gap is a typical gap in these paver systems that will take the stormwater flow and just drop it right into that graded rock base that Sam was talking about.
Well, depending on the rainfall, right? If it's over a certain amount, it's just going to run off. If this is a very slight rainfall, then perhaps. But my question is, has there been consideration of DG where you would have a truly permeable surface for this huge area? This motor court is just huge. And many motor courts go to DG and you get the infiltration and you get recharge. Has there been, my question is, was there consideration of another surface other than pavers?
No, because decomposed granite is not considered a permeable surface because it's too fine, it's compacted, too great. Again, this is, the metrics of the testing through the ICPI. This has been a proven acceptable permeable pavement. The 3/8 inch gap in what are typical 4 by 8 inch paver sizes with the gridded rock base below. It's an open gridded rock base that provides a reservoir. So the water will not have a chance to run off the site on your typical and even your high intensity storms because of that 3/8 inch gap. And just addressing Commissioner Keller's comment on her pavers, they're probably the same as mine. Those are probably the typical tight gap. They're on a sand base over a class 2 road aggregate that has fines that does not promote infiltration. So these are different. And again, these are a standard through the different agencies through Southern California for a permeable paver.
So DG is not considered permeable,
Correct.
even though you see it all over. It's just a canard. People just think it does, but it doesn't. Pavers would be a better solution. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Well, I disagree with that one.
Okay, I understand you're coming from one point, I'm coming from another. So I'll hold the rest of my questions. Thank you very much.
Okay,
Commissioner
Ms. Keller, hang on one second.
I'm sorry, this is Chris Schmuckel, the planner. I just want to interject. So the Tier 1 stormwater control plan is one of the requirements that is part of a larger post stormwater construction like program that Project Clean Water implements. And so the use of permeable pavers in this way is one of the options that's that is used to have like permeable surfaces. So this method is has been reviewed as part of a larger program, and so from the county's perspective, like this is an applicable option for the applicant to use to meet that requirement, to meet that Tier 1 requirement.
Chris, what are the options? You said it's one of the options.
Hold on one second. I'm going to pull up the information.
And while you look, I'll stand back. Thank you.
So
Chair and Commissioner Sanauer, I have there's a document that Project Clean Water provides with a number of options that an applicant can pursue for stormwater treatment. One of them is permeable pavement. Another is the use of a cistern or rain barrel. Another is a bioretention facility or planter box. And that there are other options, I believe, that they may accept, but these are the standard ones that are listed in the Tier 1 plan.
Thank you, Nicole.
Thank you.
okay. Susan, you have another comment?
Just to clarify, how much are we talking about in terms of, I just wanted to get the figures correct, because you said the project will result in 13,740 square feet of new impermeable surface. And then is there an additional 8,083 square feet of permeable flat work? And is that the size of the driveway, or is there other area that's going to be permeable?
That's the size of the driveway in the motor court, yeah.
Thank you. So the center courtyard that's visible on page 11 of the applicant's presentation, that's some other material, the one that has the white background and the gray design in it?
Is it which page 11, which document?
Page 11 of the applicant's presentation that
Okay,
Mr. Kung was just using.
I'd have to see that. The north side or the south side?
So Commissioner Keller, I can talk about that, but yes, the central large motor court is all permeable pavement, and the access road from the north property line to the motor court is all permeable. So that 8,000 number is including the access road and the motor court.
Thank you. And what's the size of the pavers? Because I'm thinking of ones that I have that are about 4 inches by 12 inches and varies a little bit in the length. Are these the smaller pavers or are these bigger pieces?
They'd be the 4x8.
Okay, so those are all basically brick size.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And one other point of clarification, you're talking about this being under the FAR, but that's the FAR for a 3.7 acre property, correct? Not for the building envelope itself, because this almost completely covers the building envelope.
Yes, Commissioner Keller, when we are addressing the FAR, we always look at the total site, in this case, 3.27 acres.
I see. Just so that of the 0.8 acres that is the building envelope, almost every single square foot of that is covered with construction, with residence, accessory units, other additional units, as well as the surfaces. Specifically, the largest amount is this now impermeable, a semi-permeable paver area. Is that correct?
Yes, and that, as you know, of all the parcels in Montecito, so most of the time when you plan a project, you can look at the overall parcel, not just one area. In this case, because this project went through so many requirements and reviews and to avoid ground disturbance, and that's the only area that the applicant can build, even though they own, 3.27 acres.
Right. And one last question. It appears to be pretty well screened from the neighbors. Will the final result be that the project will actually not be visible from the east, west, and north neighbors?
Well, yes, first of all, I was able to went into Mr. Harry Robin place on Humphrey, and from my opinion, obviously you really can't see anything because that's like 60 feet below the site. You might see a little bit through, some of the landscaping, but that's way down the creek. So I don't think any properties along Humphrey Road will be able to see the project at all. And then on the other side, the site is rather large with proper vegetation. It's very well screened. We have a relatively flat, 3.27 acres.
Good, thank you. And just, I'm sorry, there is one last question. Is the northern property, the vacant lot, is that currently owned? And I just looked into the future, are there plans for development of that parcel to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, we believe so. That it has the same kind of conditions as our project. I believe at the building envelope that has been approved in 2001, and in the future that will be developed as a single family dwelling.
And do you have any sense of where that building envelope is?
Zach, do you know where that is at?
We do not know where that is. But let me see if I can pull it up, but I don't believe we have that information.
To continue answering your question, Commissioner Keller, as far as the landscape screening on the north side and answering one of the other commissioners' questions, that has been planted. Those hedges for the Ligustrum texanum are planted along that north side to create the screening for this property and the neighbors as quickly as possible. So they are installed and currently growing, and hopefully we'll get the benefit of some winter rains to establish themselves.
Thank you. No, I'm just now, I know this is not within our purview supposedly, but if we grant the height variance to this particular project, I'm wondering how it might impact the development of the northern parcel and if it might significantly restrict or preclude appropriate development of that property. So that's why I was wondering where the building envelope might be located.
Yeah, so I guess I can touch on that this issue. The modification is it's actually not much. It's a 1.5 feet, and from the distance of a couple hundred feet, that's almost very, very small. That's comment number one. Number two is that I forgot to mention that the project site is sitting back from South Jimerson, way back. So at least from South Jimerson, the house cannot be seen whatsoever. That's way in the back. And we went through a public hearing process at Ambar, and all the neighbors were notified. And we have a support of the other neighbors, the other two parcels with what we are proposing.
Thank you. No, it looks as though there have been great efforts made to contact and work with the neighbors, and I applaud you for that, going through that process. I was just concerned and interested in potential impact of the currently vacant lot. Thank you very much.
And thank you for bringing that up too, because as we mentioned earlier, we made a concerted effort to reach out to all the neighbors.
Okay, thank you. We should kind of keep this moving if we can. Donna, you have another question?
Yeah, I do. And I'd like to keep it moving, but I do have questions. On the neighbor issue, was first of all, what is the elevation above sea level? In the MMD, it said it was 60 feet. Is that correct?
Matter of fact, can I interrupt real quick? Sam had to leave now, and I'm not sure you have any other question for Sam.
In landscaping?
Yes.
Yeah, water budget, WELO, et cetera, et cetera. Yes, I had lots of questions.
Can I
Sam?
answer those now? Because I do have to maneuver out, and I would love to be able to address those. The WELO has been done for this. Our maximum allotted water allowance is 252,955 gallons. And with our planting of low and Mediterranean moderate needing plant material, we are going to plant subtropical planting, and the palms are drought tolerant for the most part. There are some medium plants being planted, but this owner is really has an affinity for doing very nice quality projects. So we want to bring in good size material, but we are well within, in fact, about half the amount of our WELO amounts for the maximum water use. So we're only using 141,668 gallons, where our allotment allows for 252,955 gallons. So with the house and the landscape as proposed, we are underneath the Montecito Water Department 1 acre foot, as well as complying with little more than 50% on our water use for this property. So we do comply with WELO. We have performed all of those per our planting plan. It's all included in these documents.
Are you, as far as herbicides, you are not using glyphosate?
No, I don't think so. Not to my knowledge at all.
Okay. So you don't know?
Well, I would say we don't, but I don't know specifically.
Okay. The other question in the MMD, it did note that it would be drought tolerant. Landscaping should be drought tolerant and Mediterranean. With the lush presentation in these slides, even though you're within the WELO and the 1 acre feet of the water district, it just appears that perhaps just visually, it looks like you're going into the tropics rather than in drought tolerant and Mediterranean climate. So I will leave that as it is. What is the elevation, please?
You mean the elevation of the site compared
Correct.
to sea level?
Yes.
So we're the building finished floor is at 67 feet.
Okay. And that's the total of the 2-story?
Well, no, the first
Right. What
floor
is the
finished
total?
floor.
Right. What is the total?
We're about 26.5 feet above that, so almost 100 feet.
Okay. And to the south, you have a development, you have Sea Meadows, which is directly south on the other side of 101.
Yes.
Excuse me, of the railroad.
Yep.
And is that going to be visible with lighting at night, et cetera, if you're up over 100 feet? Will those neighbors were they notified? Are they part of this 300 feet sort of notification?
Yes, they're within that radius, and
Okay.
no, it's heavily screened from the train track, so I don't believe they'll be able to see. And we're not proposing any lighting that is it's all shielded and pointed down, so I don't see that as an issue.
Are you going? I know this isn't part of this. Is solar required?
Yes.
Okay, but the drawings don't show that. It's basically a flat roof, so you wouldn't see any.
Correct.
Any concern about light bouncing off them, et cetera,
Right.
to the neighbors.
The parapet walls will hide the panels. Yeah.
Okay, that's all my questions right now. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And any other question for Sam from other commissioners?
I don't think so. I guess not. I don't see any hands. Okay.
Thank you, Sam.
All right.
Yes.
So proceeding from here, do we have comments further, or do we need to hear from the public now? Is that where we're at?
Yeah, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, that's my recommendation. Take public comment.
Let's go with that, Mr. Villalobos.
All right. Right now we have 5 public speakers. Our first speaker will be Harry Rabin, to be followed by Hillary Hauser.
Okay.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can, Harry.
Okay, so pleasure to speak with you all today. And as far as the comments about me approving of all this, that is not true. Okay, what I approved of initially with Mr. Teep, was I had issues about flooding and erosion, and I still have some of those. The other issue is, given the size of this property and the amount of runoff, why are they not putting in some kind of water storage, like a 10,000 gallon water tank, and reusing that and repurposing that for irrigation and other things, and also to keep that amount of water from coming into that creek, which has been subject to a lot of flooding and erosion. And the last thing it needs is additional components to break down the structure of that creek and pose a threat to our homes, like we went through with the debris flow. The other issues I have, when I did see the story poles, that's what alerted me to this project in the first place. And that was an issue, and I was assured that there's going to be enough landscaping there to block that out. But what I've learned is, because I'm dealing with another neighbor immediately to my north that's building a second story, is there's a lighting issue. It doesn't matter how tall and how thick these Eugenia trees are, the lighting comes through there and illuminates my entire backyard. And so I have privacy issues with that as well. The noise, of course, is always an issue. I'm going to be dealing with construction on both sides of me, and of which the landscape person who they've hired, Sam Maphis, is doing both of these properties. It's just kind of annoying that I feel like I'm not being heard as far as landscaping goes and light penetration. To me, there's a lot of little loose issues here that I think can be worked out. But that is where I'm coming from. And I think they are important issues, especially the issue of what are they going to do with all that water that's running off of all that hard surface. And I don't think that grate is really going to handle it. And I don't think this is being very sustainable by just letting all that run down into the creek, giving the amount of hard surface they're putting in there. I think we need to think very hard about that right now, considering the drought and the condition we're in right now with water. And I think that should be something that should be required. And that's all I have to say.
Harry, can I ask you a question? You said there's something could be worked out with lighting. What did you mean by that?
Well, I'm concerned about, it doesn't matter how much landscaping they put in, depending on how much, that building being as high as it is and that I could see the story poles. You know, I had a nice natural view in my backyard and my back house here. That's going to go away if I have all this artificial lighting shining down on me from across that creek.
Okay. Any comments? Regarding the permeability issue, are there any efforts maintained trying to maintain water on the surface? Any dry wells, any restorage for tanks? Is there anything that we don't know about that hasn't been presented?
No, there are none.
Okay.
With the permeable pavers are the measure we're using to meet the tier 1.
Yeah, well, that's a minimum. It's sure. Okay. I won't go any further than that.
Chair Police, members of the commission. So the permeable pavers are a portion of it, but the applicant is also including a level spreader within their development envelope, which also slows down and spreads out the rate of water that's collected off of the roof. So that's something else that's included. And that's it for me for now. I'll comment again after public comment.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Harry. Who's next?
So our next speaker will be Hillary Hauser, to be followed by Brandon Arroyon.
All right, Hillary. Are you there?
Hillary, if you just need to unmute yourself. If you're on the phone, you may have to hit *6 to unmute yourself.
Love to hear from you, but if you're not ready, when we go to somebody else and come back to you.
Okay, so why don't we move on to Brandon Arroyon, to be followed by Valerie Arroyon.
Okay.
Okay. So
hello. Hi. Can you hear me?
We can now. Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Good. I don't know, some sort of technical. I think my wife was going to go first. I'm not with her, but I'll go now. Yeah, this is becoming quite the mess. It seems you guys are picking up on some things that aren't lining up. They're saying, yeah, we've reached out to the homeowners around us. You can't see it, but yeah, we did see story poles from where we live too. That's like, we mentioned it to Harry. He said, did you see the story poles? And he's like, what? And they weren't up for very long either. So we can see them too. Gosh, I wrote notes because new things have come up. They mentioned the trees on the north side of the property are going to be able to block the new house that's only 150 feet away if a new one's built. And I don't understand how a 6-foot tree is going to grow to block a huge 2-story house right next to it. It's kind of the least of my concern. The pavers are obviously a huge issue. Commissioner Keller is familiar with this. A 3/8 inch gap is basically nothing. It's barely the width of your finger. So I don't think any absorption is going to go there. This massive property, it's, I think looking back at the notes, originally when it was agreed, passed, it was this tiny property. And now they're doing something that's, I don't know, maybe 3 times as large. And I think they're piggybacking on some other previously okayed situations. And now that's why they're being so vague about everything that's happening. What else? Okay, so they mentioned today there's a recharge area for the runoff collection. And we've never heard about that before, even though they said they've reached out and gotten approval from the neighbors about that. This is the first time I've heard about it. And I don't even know what that looks like. We haven't seen it on the plans, and we don't know how big it is or where it is or how effective it's going to be. They think the paver is going to be effective, but I think we have all reached the conclusion on that. And then there's the culturally important part of this being a Shumash area. And that's what I'm talking about piggybacking on before, when it was a small house and now it's a massive house. And at one point, the owners claim that they're going to preserve this area by building on top of it. And that just doesn't make sense at all. Bulldozing and throwing down concrete sounds like they're going to bury it instead of preserve it so they can get this massive thing built. As you know, across the way, there you can't dig at all in the Hammonds. Let's see. Okay, the water runoff is massive. I mean, there's just no addressing of that aside from the basin up the creek 3 miles away. This is talking about our area. When the debris flow came through, it bounced off the creek, sides back and forth, and actually came into our yard and almost took out the house. Really concerned that this new property is going to create some sort of runoff disturbance and affect the side of the creek. It's really fragile right now. And if all of a sudden a new gully appears from their property running off the water into the creek, that's going to affect the flow of the water of that creek. And there's a good chance it's going to ricochet it into our house. And I don't have to explain that to you. You guys all know about the debris flow and everything. I actually manage, I manage the water in the neighborhood all the time. Every winter, all the water that runs down the streets goes around our house, and I guide it to the creek. So
I hate to interrupt you, but we
sure.
Try to finish up if you would.
Yep, and there's other people to talk to. So that's pretty much what I have to say.
Thank you.
I think we have to keep an eye on this. I really thank you for all your diligent questions, and I don't want anything to slip through the cracks. And there's a lot going on. So appreciate all your note taking and follow up.
Okay, thank you. I guess Hillary is back, but somebody else.
Am I back?
Yes.
Can you
Go
hear me?
ahead,
Thank
Hillary.
you.
Go ahead.
Thanks for waiting for me.
All right.
I'm Hillary Hauser, the director of Heal the Ocean. Good morning, commissioners. Thank you for letting me get into this conversation as I must. I take extreme objection to the implication of the architects that to be implying the Heal the Ocean's withdrawal from the conversation on this project means our endorsement of this project. This is a total fabrication. It's untrue. We understand the architects have been telling the neighbors Heal the Ocean now approves of this project. We do not. We have a lot of questions but they're beyond our original mission. We can only stick to our mission. And we asked the architect about concerns that we have about this project. And it's the same as the Miramar. We went up against the realigning of creeks and the underground garage and pumping of groundwater. And then we withdrew from the rest of the issue. That is the same here. I may have personal feeling about the enormity of this project, but that's not in our mission. I hope and pray that the Montecito Commission Planning Commission will ask the correct questions. I have issues with your commission making a decision on a plan approved for a previous applicant when this is a totally different project. That's my only question, but Heal the Ocean does not endorse this project, and I want to make sure that that's clear. Thank you so much for waiting for me.
Okay. We have more comments?
Yeah, so our next speaker will be Valerie Arroyon, to be followed by Kimberly Johnson.
Okay.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Valerie Arroyon, and my husband, Brandon, and I live in the neighborhood of the project you're deciding on today. As we mentioned in our letters, we clearly are not experts on any of this, but we were here to witness firsthand how quickly the runoff devastated our neighborhood during the debris flow. And we've also been evacuated several times due to the fires and potential flooding around here. We've been part of this Montecito community for about 20 years now, and we're speaking to you today because we trust in you to represent us fairly. We'd like to see what had been approved previously before the devastating debris flow, so we can understand and acknowledge that the owners and developers have gone through the proper procedures and channels for a new project. Safety is our main concern here. In our letters, we've stated our concerns, and we're asking questions that we hope you can answer today during this hearing. So thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to speak, and we look forward to listening in and seeing what you guys really think about this. And I appreciate what Mrs. Keller, Mrs. Sinauer are asking. They're asking all the right questions, and I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for, go ahead.
So our next speaker will be Kimberly Johnson, and then we'll go to our telephone caller.
Okay.
Thank you. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can, Kim.
Great. Thanks so much. I really appreciate you guys taking the time to listen to the neighbors' concerns. I live right next door to Harry and Valerie and Brandon, right across the creek from this project, and have written a couple letters asking some specific questions. My main concerns, like the rest of us, are particularly around the size of this project and the potential stormwater repercussions. And I really appreciate that you guys extended this hearing till now, because the owner did take into consideration several of our questions from last month and did address them in their updates. So thank you to the owner and his team for that. I did have a few remaining questions. I think one of the biggest issues is the Tier 1 designation. And I agree that, these permeable pavers kind of slip it in right under the 15,000 square foot mark. I also want to point out that the County of Santa Barbara's stormwater guidelines are over 5 years old. They're from February 2017, which is pre-marine debris and pre-debris flow. They also are required to be updated every 5 years. So we're already past that 5-year mark. And the city's tier designation, stormwater guidelines would have this project be at a much higher tier designation and have much more best management practices that it needs to adhere to. So I think there's really two big questions here. One is we're using kind of outdated designations and best management practices, which no longer are the best, to evaluate this rather large project. And I did make this plea to the owner and said, if you would voluntarily take some of these best management practices from the city of Santa Barbara's guidelines, that would make us feel much better. Because right now I feel like what they're doing is what they're supposed to be doing. It is, but it's not as stringent as what they could be doing, and not what we currently know as best management. I also had questions on the specific calculations to get them to tier one. One being, is the ADU, which is under separate permit, calculated in their total? I don't know what the square footage of that is, but it is on site, even though it's under separate permit. Is the pool, which is also under separate permit, calculated in their total impervious surfaces? On the plans that they provided, it looks like it's not. I know a pool can hold water, but with heavy rains, it could also overflow, and the bottom of a pool is impervious. My third question was around the permeable pavers. I know in the Santa Barbara city's guidelines, they actually have a percentage of permeability based on these pavers. They don't just call it zero permeability. I mean, and zero imperviousness. It's a ratio, which I think that Chairman Killer was addressing with her own observations. So some of these newer guidelines do address these types of things, but the 2017 county ones that we're currently following do not. So I do have questions on exact calculations, getting them to this right under 15,000. But I think my bigger question is, I think, and I see you guys having these conversations about stormwater. I think I'd like to know, when is the county going to be updating their current outdated guidelines? And maybe we can call for some discussion on that at a future time. That's all I have to say. Thank you so much.
Okay.
So our last speaker is joining us via telephone. If that's you, go ahead and hit *6 on your phone to unmute yourself. So if your number ends with 559, hit *6 on your phone to unmute yourself. Mr. Chair, I'm not sure if you want to move on. I can leave that open for if you'd like.
Yeah. Was there a name associated with this phone call?
No.
Okay. All right. I think we should move on. It's getting a little late in the morning here. And so do we want to proceed with further discussions or deliberations, or where does the commission stand?
Commissioner Police, members of the commission, this is Chris Schmuckel, the planner. I'd like to respond to some of the public comment, if that's okay.
Oh, you certainly may.
So I just want to reiterate that the project is a single-family dwelling in a single-family zone district. The project's been reviewed by all the county departments, including county flood control. It went to the Montecito Board of Architecture review 3 times, where they reviewed the height requirements, the landscaping, the lighting, and they will need to go back to MBAR an additional time for final MBAR, where they can review it will there ensure that the lighting is directed downward and is shielded. I also want to mention that the area is within the development envelope, so that development envelope was created with because of the known cultural resources that are located on the property, and also because of the ESH that's on the property. So that development envelope is created so that the applicant could build a single-family dwelling in that area and not, impact other potential resources on the property.
Okay.
Regarding stormwater control, so in the civil engineer's report, he modeled the additional amount of runoff that would go towards the creek during a 100-year storm event, which is the flooding event that county flood control uses to address flood impacts. And in that 100-year storm event, the project will cause less than 1/100th of 1% of an increase in the flow of Montecito Creek. Some public comment referenced a previous project that was approved. So in 2004, there was a single-family dwelling that was approved on this parcel that was 7,448 square feet in size. That included a single-family. Then it also included a pool and a 950 square foot garage and an 800 square foot guest house. So, scope-wise, it's fairly similar to the project that's before us today. And then regarding the project clean water guidelines, we have to follow the guidelines that have been approved and adopted in Santa Barbara County. We can't require the implementation of another jurisdiction's requirements. The ADU was included in the total impervious surface area, even though it's not a part of this project today. So when they do build that ADU in the future, it's still going to be less than the 15,000 square foot requirement that would require an additional tier 4 plan instead of a tier 1 plan. And I think that is it. I'm also available to answer any additional questions.
Yeah. Ms. Keller, do you have a question or a comment?
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt, Commissioner Keller. Just a matter of procedures. We should also provide the applicants a rebuttal time. I don't know if Commissioner Keller wants to wait till after the rebuttal or if she wants to ask a question now.
She's got her.
Thank you. No, I have my hand up, but so the planner issued some rebuttal, and if the applicant has some rebuttal, that'd be fine, and then I'll ask my questions. And I also wonder if there might be an appropriate time for us to take a short break, given that this discussion seems to be continuing for a while. So that's one thing, another issue.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Well, we're going to take a little break here. Let's finish up with the rebuttal, and then we'll talk about that. Thank you.
Okay. I want to jump in here. Just in regards to the runoff, I want to pass this off to Jason, our civil, because again, we did a drainage study initially, and essentially we modeled 4 watersheds on the property, and only one of those watersheds goes to the creek. So that should be noted. The other 4, one goes to the south towards the train tracks, one goes to the east, one goes to the north. And again, the increase in runoff to 3 of the areas was the same as pre-project. And the runoff to the creek, as was mentioned, is 0.0007% increase in the 100-year flood. Again, permeable pavers is an accepted method of calling something permeable. It's just kind of a fact. So, there's a lot of speculation on if it's going to do this and that, but again, it's an accepted by the agencies that have jurisdiction over this. Jason, do you want to add anything to that?
No, you pretty much hit it on the head, Zach. And again, into Ms. Johnson's comment about the standards that we're following, they're up to date as far as we know. The county has to periodically review their standards with State Water Board and get approval as part of their MS4 permit. So we are following current standards.
All right. Is that the final comment?
I mean, I also kind of want to mention that there's been discussion of somehow how we're piggybacking off of a past project, but that's just not true. There was a project that was designed there in 2007 that wasn't built, but they had the same rules that applied to the original lot line adjustment that we do. So I'm not sure how we're comparing that to this new project.
Okay. So I propose we take a 10-minute break here, and we'll come back for deliberations and for our decision. Everybody in agreement with that? Okay.
Aye.
Okay, Bob. I got Bob's support. Thank you. All right, we'll get back together at let's say 11:30. Okay, thank you.
to his backyard, I could not see anything because all the properties along Humphrey Road is about 60 feet below the creek. And you can imagine yourself, if you're 60 feet below the creek, you look at the creek, all you see is the creek and the bank and not the project site. And I asked Harry, so where do you see the story pole? He said, well, I could see it through my round window on the second floor in the back. And from the round window on the second floor, he could see part of the story pole. And I told him clearly that, well, I'm surprised you can see a little bit of it, but we are.
So pardon me a second. We really don't want to get bogged down on Harry's lot. So if you guys just be very, we've been at this for a few hours. We want to get this moving.
So let's move on to the next topic. We really try very hard to try to meet with other neighbors that I mentioned earlier and multiple email, and it's not successful. That was our position. The last thing I want to touch on is that we have our server, Jason here, and he could explain to the commission clearly on how we intend to retain all the water or shifted the water in different direction. And if we can do that, that would be very helpful to.
Yeah, Chris, can you bring up that slide that shows the civil plan? It's in our presentation. Jason, are you there?
I am.
Okay.
So,
May I please just ask what page this is on? Because I'm looking at this on my computer screen. Which is clearer than this image. Is it page 20? Is that what you're looking at?
Commissioner Keller through the chair. Yes, page 20.
Thank you.
Take your charge off and let me know before you run into the charge.
So we did our typical hydrology analysis, looking at the site and the direction of the runoff in the pre-project and post-project conditions. And that table below shows that. And we do that for the 2 through 100-year storms. So the site is graded in such a way that it currently drains off in all 4 directions, northeast, south, and west. So we compared the pre-project flow for those watersheds. We subdivided it based on the post-project flow, and in watersheds 1, 3, and 4, which go to the northwest and south, we don't increase the post-project runoff for those storm events. The one area we do increase it is in watershed 2, which runs off towards the east through our level spreader. And that increase is what we had been talking about as being compared to the flow that's going through that creek during a 100-year storm event is the 0.0007% increase, which is negligible.
You've said that numerous times. I don't know. We need to repeat that though.
Okay. So we just taken. Yeah.
I have a question about this. When you say the 100-year storm, what is the baseline study you're using for that?
Well, we referred to the STAR report that was prepared by under the direction of FEMA that did a pre-burn and post-burn analysis of that watershed, after the 2018 debris flow event.
So this is the post debris flow emergency study, not the one that was used by Caltrans.
Well, it would be FEMA, and it does take into account the pre-burn flow for the 100-year event. Does that?
So this is the study that was done in late 2018, 2019, not the previous, the 2016 or whatever the previous study was.
Correct. Well, it was done in 2018, but it does take the pre-debris flow study into account. So the pre-fire event, 100-year storm event, we do mention in this in our letter, and that's, let me get to it.
That's a couple pages down, Chris, if you want to go to that.
And commissioners, this is Travis Sewards. Again, I want to remind you that
22,
the flood department reviewed this project and all of the analysis related to this issue thoroughly. So we just want to remind you of that.
But they did say that it was outside of their model though, right? It was not part of their model.
Well, it's part of, I mean, the report and the model is
Chair,
FEMA,
and if
sponsored.
If you could give me a second, Chair and members of the commission, the stormwater control plan requires a tier 1, does not require review by Project Clean Water. Flood control did review the project and did not require modifications to the project for flood impacts.
Okay, so let's continue.
That's all I had as far as walking you
Right.
through the stormwater, through the watersheds.
Okay.
I guess my next question, or my last question on this is that Mr. Kung represented that the neighbor's property was 60 feet below theirs. When you earlier said the elevation of this property, I heard it at 68 feet. There's an inconsistency there I'd like to see reconciled.
Zach,
I think it's more like 40 feet, but again,
are you sure, well,
it's
is it
40 to 50 feet. We don't have the exact level of
Yeah, we
his
don't have-
finished floor, but it's very, very below.
So are you, this is Chair Police here, as regarding your ability to maintain or to harness whatever water that may come and potentially use for future, do you have any storage potential at all besides what you're putting through these pavers? Is there anything you're catching water?
So sure. Essentially, there's a level spreader which we're imposing. Chris, you want to go back to 20? So essentially, if you look at the east line of the development envelope, you can see that there's a level spreader right there. It's a little blurry, but so essentially all the storm drains for the SFD go to that level spreader, and it fills up and it has aggregate at the base, so it can infiltrate and, if needed, spill over in a non-erosive manner. So that's the device that we're using to limit the amount of runoff to the east.
May I ask a question? I am not familiar with a level spreader. I believe it's this diagonal line on the left-hand side of the project. And is that above ground? Is it low ground? Does it have?
So if you go to page 21, there's a detail that shows it. Detail number 1. So
Right. I mean, it's very, very difficult to see. So possibly your verbal description would be helpful.
So essentially, it's two concrete wall. It's a concrete structure that's underground, that's filled with rock, and the drain inlets into it, and it can spill over that concrete edge if it fills up. But if not, it filters through the ground over the length of the spreader, and that's how it does it in a non-erosive manner.
Thank you. And so the spreader itself on page 20 is that diagonal gray line going from the center of the residence down to one of the accessory units. Is that correct?
Chris, can you kind of mouse over it? Can you see your mouse?
Chair,
Here, I'll
Commissioner Keller, through the chair, you can't see my mouse on the Zoom meeting, but I'm going to zoom in on it so that everybody can see it.
actually,
So it's actually on the east side of the property.
Yes.
exactly, it's on the east side.
Okay.
Is there a depth to this device?
It's 30 inches.
Hmm.
It's 30 by 18 by however long.
Of 30 feet long.
Yeah, 30 feet or so.
And may I just please ask what on the opposite side of the residence that diagonal gray line is? It's hard to tell what that is.
I believe they're
Jason?
utilities. Those are the dry utilities. The one going from the motor court down to the southwest.
Yes, and that is what, please?
Those are utilities, dry utilities and water going towards the gym.
So those are all underground.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That's why I was confused. I couldn't tell which was which. Thank you.
So is the spreader basically like French drain?
No, it's used to mitigate the discharge. So instead of
Okay,
having a pipe,
so it's more complete than a French drain.
correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So that's complete your comments about the public comments. And
Can I just quick interject? I'm the archaeologist, and there was one comment
okay.
on that, and about sort of the idea that protecting this area has been studied very heavily, subsurface testing, and when the original project where they graded heavily in 2007. And this whole project area, they're going to be working in the soils that were already overexed, with the presence of monitors then as required with this project. There is very little chance of any impact to anything significant in terms of cultural resources. And the Chumash community was very heavily consulted with no negative comments on this project.
Okay. More questions, Donna?
But trailing that, Zach, irrespective of that, a monitor will be in,
Yes.
correct?
Yes, and that's part of our conditions of approval.
Right,
Yeah.
right. And from the get-go, from staging, staging is
All earth
Right.
disturbances. Yeah.
Where are you going to stage? Your boundaries are very
We can stage
constrained.
outside of the envelope. We just can't build anything.
Okay, so that could be disturbed outside the envelope, and you will have monitors there.
We can't do any ground disturbing outside the envelope, but you're talking about construction staging, which
Right.
isn't going to affect the.
Well, it depends on heavy equipment. It could.
Yeah.
So at what point will a monitor be there?
Chris, does it state specifically in the conditions of approval or just during all earth work?
Commissioner Keller through the chair. So condition 9 requires the cultural resource monitor, and this is condition 9 from the attachments for the staff memo. And it says the owner applicant shall have all earth disturbances, including scarification, trenching, digging, or placement of fill within the site monitored by an archaeologist and a Native American consultant. So any ground disturbance, earth disturbance, anything associated with their grading permit is going to require there to be a Native American monitor and archaeologist on site. So anything that requires them to dig into the earth, if they're just doing initial staging and they're not moving any soil, then they wouldn't be required to have the archaeologist on site. And the way that we'll enforce this condition is we have permit compliance associated with this permit. So the permit compliance planner is going to be doing periodic inspections, and we'll have all the contact information for all of the contractors and monitors, including Native American and archaeology monitoring.
Thank you.
All right, Susan, you have another question?
Yes, thank you. My question was answered regarding a level spreader, which I was not familiar with. And I just, there was some confusion about whether the previous single family dwelling was 2004, as was once stated, or 2007, but it sounds as though it was 2007 when all the extensive grading occurred. Were any of the approvals given to that project carried over to this project, just to make sure that this was considered as a completely new project with completely new requirements?
This is a completely new project with completely new requirements.
Okay, thank you. There seemed to be some concern about that on the part of the neighbors.
Nope.
And lastly, because this building is so light, it's supposed to be gray, but it's represented as being almost white. I'm concerned about how the lighting might affect the visibility and create it as a monument.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering where the lighting is anticipated to be installed. And even if it is downlighting, if it reflects on the whitish surface of the building, that does concern me. So can we talk a little bit about lighting, which has not been covered before?
Sure. And the first part to mention is that this is our conceptual MBAR set. So when we go back, we'll have our preliminary final set. And as part of the original LLA conditions of approval, the building has to be an earth tone. It can't be like a bright white. So we're proposing a more light gray than kind of what you're seeing here. And again, MBAR has to approve that. It has to be in compliance with the original conditions. So that should be mentioned. The lighting is shown on the elevations. Again, it's all going to be hooded down lighting, so you're not going to be able to see that from the neighboring properties.
Right. Would you mind directing our attention to what page that is on the applicant's presentation?
Sure. Go to page 8. Or
Okay.
sorry. Go to floor plan here. Page 6.
Not be entering these kinds of charges.
So if you look at page 6, we have you can see where all the individual lights are being placed throughout the project.
Yeah, it appears that they're on the is the lighting. I mean, unfortunately, these plans are very small and hard to read. So this is why I needed the clarification. Would you tell us where they are then, just so we can be sure we know where they are?
I mean, it's essentially at the pilasters at the edge of each volume.
Yeah, that's what it looked like, but I couldn't tell if those were bushes or lights.
Yep.
So those are lights.
Yeah,
Okay.
And again, we've really reduced the amount of lights shown here. There's not too many for the size of the building. So, and again, those are all going to be downlight and hooded, so you can't see them from the neighboring properties. If you look at the second floor, we're doing a couple downlights in the ceiling of the outdoor balconies. So the lighting is very minimal on the second floor.
Right. Are these covered balconies?
It's semi-covered, so it's a open pergola essentially.
I see, because there's a part that is the dotted area. That's the open area, and then there's the covering is behind it. Okay.
Right. Yep, and that helps to kind of break up the mass of the second floor.
Okay, thank you very much. And you had said that the ADU was included in the calculations of the permeable versus impermeable. Was the pool also included?
So the pool does not count towards impermeable surface.
Okay, even though it is, right?
Well, I mean, it doesn't technically count based on the rules that we're following.
I see.
Yeah. And again, the pool water is 6 inches below the tile surface. So you're talking about a 6-inch storm that has to happen for any overflow to occur.
Okay, thank you.
Which is massive. Yeah.
Okay,
Right.
You're having a pool cover, correct?
Most likely.
I think it's mandated, isn't it? Isn't it a requirement that the water district?
No, it's not.
It's not?
It'll have to be, it has to be fenced, the property, and there has to be alarms on the doors. So there's some things that you can do to get it away from that requirement.
Well, I'm talking about evaporation, et cetera.
No, it's not required.
Okay, so you're not considering that?
It's
at this
still
point-
TBD. Yeah.
Yeah, well,
And again, I just want to jump in and say that the county requirements for stormwater specifically allows that water features can be excluded from impervious area calculations.
Although if it does have a cover, it would be impervious.
and most of those covers are open when rain comes because you don't want it to sit on your cover.
Well, you have a pump.
Commissioner Police and members of the commission, even if the pool square footage is included in the total square footage of the project, it's still under the 15,000 requirement that would bump it into the tier 4 requirements.
Thank you. Those are my questions for now. Thank you.
Okay, so does that complete questions of the applicant and applicant's questions of the public. And so are we prepared as a group here before lunch, which we can start deliberating?
Yeah.
Okay. So Marshall, you want to go first?
Sure. I have, in general, I have a bias towards if staff is recommending this and MBAR has approved this to move forward with this kind of project. I take the neighbors' comments on this topic seriously, and it raises some concerns. I specifically have some concerns by the applicant's architect's presentation, in that talking about San Ysidro Creek and identifying the property, the neighboring property as being 60 feet below. That in both of these cases, these were inaccurate representations. And my expectation on this is that we not get politicked when presented here. And I have to admit that has given me a negative bias towards the project, to feel like I have been politicked on this with this, but and so I have concerns, but I am inclined to be voting towards yes, given staff and MBAR recommendations.
Bob? You're muted, Bob. Can you speak? No. You just cut yourself off again. Bob, we can't hear you.
Sorry, I didn't realize I was muted, but I share some of Marshall's concern, but I'm not here to second guess either staff, in this case, county flood control, who I wage war with whenever I have to. I think that their standards are incredibly strict. I think their standards will ease over time as new data comes in. But I think the applicant has gone through a tremendous amount of work to vet this project out. So my inclination is to approve it.
Okay, Susan? Oh, you're still muted. There you go.
Thank you. Well, I share my Mr. Miller's concerns, and I share the concerns of the neighbors. The word used to describe this project was massive, and it really gives the appearance of a massive project. And I also have to say that although I respect the work and the ability and knowledge of both the staff and MBAR, I find it difficult not to think that with both the architect and the landscaped architect being members of MBAR, that it's very difficult for the rest of MBAR to find significant problems with this project. I think there's a built-in bias. And the fact that this project requires a height variance to include parapets, which seems to me could be easily brought in under the allowed height. And the fact that this project does include quite a bit of lighting, which will be visible from the neighbors. And the fact that it may be following the letter of the law in terms of the storm runoff and the tier 1 requirements, but it's so close to what should be considered that I really feel it wouldn't hurt for them to go above and beyond and look at some other potential. The Randall Road flood basin, debris basin, is not going to have any effect on Montecito Creek, which is further west. And I just think that the concerns of Ron is smiling. Am I incorrect in that assumption?
You're actually, you caught it. You're right. You're correct.
So the citing of the new Randall Road debris basin, the incorrect comments or incorrect representations that were caught by Mr. Miller, this just means that I have too many concerns that are not accurately and adequately answered. And I would like this project to go back to the drawing board.
Wow. Okay, Donna, Senator,
Yeah, yeah, thank you. I share previous commissioners' concerns. I think more work needs to be done on this project. I do believe that the impermeable surface is huge. I do believe the permeable surface, which includes pavers, which is, all the, and I on the break, I was reading, literature on, as long as it's prepared correctly, crushed stone, be it DG, etc., for this square footage would be appropriate. I just am trying to sort of give perspective that if, and considering the neighbors and the light, perhaps they could come back, the applicant, with some adjustments in line with what has been brought before by previous commissioners. So I would like to see and ask the applicant if they would consider this. It would be something I would recommend.
Okay. Well, for my comments, most of us on this commission are more aware of the flood control than the average architect or applicant because of all our due diligence with the freeway project. And what we do know is that Montecito Creek below the freeway is very, very narrow pathway. And it really begs the question of, like, you're always going to be subject to terrible flooding. And unfortunately, much as I don't like how the applicants dealt necessarily with all his water that comes on his site, it is not a great amount of water that's going to go into the creek from his site. That being said, I wish he would maybe try to collect it better. That little trench is not much. And if you could, but we're not part of MBAR. MBAR should be making these decisions, I would think, for a collection process. But, we are within a year of having much more knowledge about the models that we have had previously and what the new studies will show. But, the fact that we don't have a tier 3 as opposed to what the city has, it's unfortunate, but we do have to follow the rules and accept, the facts that as much as we may have disagreements with some of the applicants' presentation, I think the only thing I could say is that, why do we need a higher parapet? We have a lot behind us that we don't know where it's going to be located. And if they have hoping to see the ocean and it's cut back by a percentage because this parapet wall is higher, that's kind of unfortunate. Not to mention all the lighting, but it's not enough for me to tell them no. But I would think there could be some improvements that MBAR could make. But I'll leave that to MBAR. I don't think parapet height is necessarily our domain. But and I think groundwater preservation, maybe is, but I think they've followed, the bare minimum. And I think it's time for us to vote. Okay, that's my comment. So, do we have a motion by anybody?
Chair, but I believe that part of this requires us to allow for a variance in the height limitation. This is not MBAR's decision. This is our decision.
Okay.
If they're exceeding the height limitation, that's an MPC decision, in my understanding.
And the county's approved the variance, notwithstanding.
Chair Police, members of the commission. So in this situation, the applicant is not applying for a variance. They're using a portion of Article 2 that allows for certain portions of a structure to exceed the height limit so long as it meets certain requirements and is approved by MBAR. So it's not a variance that has the specific variance findings. It's a process that MBAR can decide on. However, the commission has, discretion with the project that's before them.
Let me ask you, does the county take in consideration the unknown quality of, or the unknown aspects of the lot behind them and what impact having a parapet wall would have? I mean,
Commissioner,
does it devalue the property behind it?
Commissioner Police, through the Commissioner Police. So the parcel that's to the north was included in the noticing for the project for both this coastal development permit and also for the MBAR meetings. In addition, the project had story poles that were put up. So if an owner was concerned about the height at that time, they could have commented and reached out to us. We haven't received any public comment from that owner to the north.
Okay.
And also in addition, the county, as a general rule, doesn't protect private views. We protect public views.
Okay. Well, shall we proceed then? Do we have a motion from any of the board or commission? Bob, are you there? Wow.
Yeah, I'm gonna make a motion. I'm gonna make a motion that the project be approved as presented.
Do we have a second? Marshall, if you're trying to speak, I can't hear you.
Yeah, I was on mute. I apologize. I will second.
Okay. All right. Mr. Villalobos?
Commissioner Keller.
For the reasons I previously stated, I cannot approve this project as it is presented currently. I think it needs further work.
Commissioner Miller.
Aye.
Commissioner Kupiak.
Aye.
Commissioner Senauer.
Can't hear you.
I am unable to approve the project as presented today. It does need further consideration. Thank you.
Chair Police.
I think it does need more work, but I think that work is with MBAR and not with us. So I approve.
Motion passes 3-2.
Yay! Okay.
Chair Police,
Yes.
may we, just in terms of protocol, may we pass any requests or recommendations on to MBAR? Is that something that it's within our purview to do on this project? Maybe Mr. Wilson can answer that.
The attorney's here too.
If the commission wants to make a separate motion and agree on providing direction, but I'm hesitant that it'll actually be binding on MBAR. If you wanted to have a motion that says have the MBAR consider an item, that may be something we could add to the action letter or memo to the MBAR. But as far as effectiveness, I don't believe it'll have a binding effect.
It may not, but it would be nice if they understood our concerns, and I'm not sure they review our meetings or are necessarily aware of the issues that we've raised. So I would like to make a motion to that effect.
Go ahead.
I would like to move that we recommend that MBAR seriously consider the height of the parapet as not being as necessary to the overall architectural design, that they should be brought into conformity with the existing height limitation, that they look closely at the lighting to make sure that it cannot be, that fixtures cannot be reduced in addition to just being downlighted, since the downlight might have reflective qualities, and that they consider applying a higher standard and to the permeability of the pavers that are questionable in their effectiveness. So the three areas are the height of the parapet, both from both from the perspective of views of the neighbors and of blocking the northernmost property, which I know it's not within our purview, but the BAR has considered that in the past, are the lighting and are the permeability.
Okay, well,
Yeah, I'd like to make a comment because I don't want MBAR to think that we all agree about this. I agree about permeability. Permeability should be studied as carefully as possible, and I think they are moving in that direction. But I think as far as the parapet height is concerned, I think the other properties are so far away. I think proportion and scale for a slightly more than 1 foot change in a project of this size is kind of meaningless. And I think, the only way to push the architecture down is to start fooling around with floor to floor heights and a whole lot of other things.
Bob, would you agree with the other two comments that she come up with? If she would take that one out?
I think that MBAR, at least in my experience, agonizingly tortures people about site lighting. I think we have a night sky ordinance. I think that MBAR very carefully reviews night sky ordinance to make sure that there's so much less lighting on projects than I think can accommodate. So I'm not so sure about, there are code requirements for where lights have to be.
Okay, so
I think these are MBAR issues.
Okay, so you narrow it down to the one issue then.
I think flood control is always trump card. They should do whatever they can do to mitigate that circumstance. And that is the only area that I really want to make a comment about.
Okay, I just don't believe it would harm us to make sure that MBAR know that this was not a unanimous decision and that these are the concerns that the people who opposed the agreement had. And so
I'm fine with that, Susan. If it's phrased that way, I think that they should know that there's a kind of mixed sentiment here.
So commissioners and chair, just to provide some guidance, if you're trying to make a motion and a vote, then you do need a majority. If you want to frame it in, these were items that the Montecito Planning Commission had concerns over, and if everyone would agree that these concerns are fine to share, then that's it. Otherwise, we're going to be late in the day debating on what we want to provide recommendations.
Okay, can I ask Donna, do you have?
I would just like to add to permeability.
Yes.
Which needs to be studied further, I believe, with this huge area of pavers with an alternative. And I also believe that there should be consideration of a cachement or a collection tank of rainwater. I think that's imperative. And so I'd like to include those two. The last thing is, while we respect staff report and MBAR, it is not inferred that we defer to them. Okay, we are a separate hearing body. So I respect both staff and MBAR all the way, but we enter into as a hearing body a very different category. So I just want to get that clear. Thank you.
Okay, Susan.
Thank you, Donna. So were you going to second the motion?
Before we second the motion, can I also make a comment? Having gone through this on a number of projects, catchment of water is a very complicated issue. Building tanks to withhold water just doesn't work. That water, the amount of water and the size of tanks that you would need to make something even remotely functional would be gigantic. You would use up, thinking of the acre feet that they've been allotted for irrigation, that tank would be emptied so fast, and then the tank remains empty. And when it's empty, chemical treatments have to be provided in order to keep the tank from spoiling whatever water is left in it. So this is up to the engineers. This isn't up to us. This is up to the reasonable standards and sound engineering practices that can be applied in order to do water retention. And I've not seen any projects where a retention tank, is functional at all. And we've tried.
All right, one more time, Susan.
But Mr. Kupiec, you're saying that you think the permeability issue should be restudied and that there are other alternatives?
I think the more impervious paving there is, the better it is. If they can study areas of the site that have non-permeable paving and convert them to more permeable paving, I think that's a great idea. I think that's an effective way of affecting solutions that'll help retain water.
Thank you. Well, then, without suggesting solutions, may we just say in my motion, which I'm going to restate, that the Planning Commission decision was not unanimous and that there were concerns expressed in the area of parapet height, in the area of lighting, and most particularly in the area of permeability of the surfaces. Would that be sufficient?
Yes, that'd be good enough.
Sure.
But still need, you want to take a vote on that? Or
I'll make a motion for that. I believe those are all matters best handled by MBAR and not by us, but I agree that these are concerns. So I move what Commissioner Keller just stated.
Well, I made the motion, so you would be seconding it.
I'm seconding your motion.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, moving along.
We need to vote on it, please.
I'm trying to get Mr. Villalobos to start it.
Commissioner Keller.
Aye.
Commissioner Miller.
Aye.
Commissioner Kupiec.
Aye.
Commissioner Senauer.
Aye.
And Chair Police.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Okay. So I don't know whether you felt like you guys have earned lunch or anything, but I think we should take a break. It's 12:15. What's appropriate? Is 30 minutes too short? Do you need more? You want 45?
Yeah, Chair and Commissioner staff is asking for an hour.
Okay. 1:15, we'll meet again.
Well, realistically, are we going to get through this agenda or do we need to reconsider meeting in December?
Let's find out. Let's see if we could, these people have been waiting as well. So if we could, try to be as expeditious as possible with this next three, we could get through it. There's a couple that are pretty easy. So
Okay.
let's give it a try. 1:15, we'll meet. Thank you. Bye.
All right, Chair Police, we're back on the record whenever you're ready to start the next item.
Okay, I just want to make sure we have all 5 of us here. Do I see Donna? Are you here? There she is. Okay. I guess we're all on then. Jeff, are you set? Yes, you're ready. Okay, so shall we get started then, David? We go to the next standard agenda item.
Sure. The following is a hearing on the request of Larry Grassini, applicant and property owner of 1775 Fernald Point Lane, to consider case number 20 APL 34, 20 CDP 76, and 21 VAR 4, and to determine that the project is exempt from CEQA under section 15303 and section 15305.
So can I have some, who's the staff representing us here? Yes, it's Chris again, right?
Good afternoon, Chair Police, members of the commission. Yes, I am presenting this project as well.
Can I have this project, I believe, was in front of us a year ago or 9 months ago. Why is it in front of us again? Did you explain all this to me?
Yes, it's in the presentation. So if you want, I could start with my presentation and go from there.
That'd be good.
Hey, Chair and Commissioners, if it's just a thought, maybe if there's any additional ex parte from the last hearing that we want to share before we go into the staff presentation.
Yes, I have ex parte on this project. I visited the site, I believe it was Monday, with the planner, with the agent, and Mr. Grassini was also on the walk around. I hadn't been there since last year. And so it was about a 30-minute walk around, and we discussed what's before us today. So I did some ground truthing. Thank you.
Go ahead, Susan.
I believe all of us were there at the project when it came before us previously. So I would be very interested in either the staff presentation or courtesy of Commissioner Stenauer to see if there have been any physical changes in the site since our last visit at an appropriate time. Thanks.
All right. So staff.
Well, I had ex parte also. I had a conversation about this project with counsel at Price Pastel and Parma.
Okay. Bob, do you have any comment? Are you good?
I have not visited the site since last year when I met there with the agent.
Yeah. Okay. So should we get started?
All right. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the Commission. Today I'm Chris Schmuckel. Today I'm presenting the Grassini ADU project and appeal and variance. The property owner is Larry Grassini, who is here on Zoom, and his agent, Evan Turnchuk, is here as well. So property is located off of Fernald Point Lane. It's a 1.32 acre parcel zoned single family residential in the coastal zone and Montecito community plan area. Since the commissioners have been to the site, I think they're familiar with the project, but just as a brief reminder.
Pardon me a second. Could you tell me the designation of the green again?
Yes. So the green is the environmentally sensitive habitat overlay. This is because Romero Creek bisects the parcel in the northern part of the property.
Okay.
So for some background, as a reminder, before January 2018, a legal non-conforming gardener's cottage existed on the property near where the proposed accessory dwelling unit is located. During the debris flow, the cottage was damaged and the property owner demolished the structure. Soon thereafter, the owner constructed a new 1,300 square foot structure without zoning or building permits. County P&D received a complaint and issued a notice of violation letter. And in an effort to remedy the violation, the owner applied for an ADU with an attached deck that was approximately 4 feet from Romero Creek. They also proposed to demolish the unpermitted structure. Staff denied that application due to inconsistencies with the environmentally sensitive habitat policies of Article 2 and with the coastal land use plan, and the applicant appealed that decision to the Montecito Planning Commission. At the hearing, the commission directed staff to continue processing the application and to come back with findings for approval. And since then, staff and the applicant have worked to revise the project so that it meets the zoning requirements and the requirements of County Flood Control and Montecito Fire Protection District. The applicant applied for a variance to shift the ADU farther to the north, farther away from the creek, and it also proposed to widen the access bridge to 4 feet, from 3 feet to 4 feet, so that it would meet the Montecito Fire Department's access requirements. So the new revised project is for a 1,159 square foot ADU with a 415 square foot attached deck. The project also includes a variance to reduce the rear yard setback, which is along the north property line, down to 4 feet to allow for the ADU and deck development. The ADU is located approximately 8 feet off the ground in order to meet county flood control requirements. And in addition, the existing bridge is proposed to be widened to 4 feet, and no tree removal is proposed. So here is the site plan that shows the parcel with the proposed ADU to the north. On the north end of the parcel, an existing guest house and a single-family dwelling are located farther to the south. This zoomed-in site plan of the ADU shows the location of the ADU near the north property boundary and Romero Creek to the south. The ADU is approximately 21 feet from the creek bank, with the deck located about 8 feet from the top of the bank. The rear yard setback is about 4 feet, and the side setbacks are 10 feet. Moving on to the elevations, this slide shows the south and west elevations of the ADU. The maximum height for the ADU is 16 feet, but since the project has a 412 roof pitch, it can go up to 19 feet, and the project meets this requirement. And this slide shows the elevations from the north and the east elevation. So this slide shows the site plan for the project, and in order to accommodate the proposed project, the environmentally sensitive habitat buffer would need to be reduced from 50 feet down to 8 feet from the top of bank of Romero Creek. The top of bank of the creek is shown in black, and the 8 feet distance, which is the shortest distance between the creek and the structures, is shown in blue and highlighted on the screen. And that's the line of the corner deck to the top of the creek bank. So the applicant's biologist prepared a technical memorandum that supports the ESH buffer reduction due to the low habitat quality in the area because of the concrete lined channel, degraded vegetation, and the noise from Highway 101 and the Union Pacific Railroad. Staff consulted with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife and with the Regional Water Quality Control Board regarding the buffer reduction, and those two agencies did not have any objections to the proposal. So the project also includes a request for a setback variance to reduce the rear setback along the north property boundary from 25 feet to 4 feet. So this slide shows the what the normal 25-foot setback would look like. And this is the proposed 4-yard rear setback. So variances are allowed when special circumstances are applicable to the property, including but not limited to the size, shape, topography, and location of surroundings, and where the strict application of the zoning ordinance deprives the property of privileges enjoyed by other properties and under the same zoning classifications. So staff recommends approval of the variance because the project is unique since it's bisected by Romero Creek, which has an ESH buffer, and by Fernald Point Lane, which is a roadway that has a 25-foot front setback off of either side of the road. And since most properties in the area are not constrained by both the creek and the roadway, that's why we feel like this is a special circumstance. So as described in the staff report, the project is consistent with the applicable policies of the Coastal Land Use Plan, the Montecito Community Plan, and with the requirements of the Article 2 Coastal Zoning Ordinance. Project is also exempt from environmental review pursuant to CEQA Guidelines Section 15303, new construction or conversion of small structures, and Section 15305, minor alterations to land use limitations. These exemptions are applicable because the project is relatively minor development and the reduction in the rear yard setback is a small change in the land use limitations. So the commission's motion should include the following: to approve the appeal, case number 20 APL 34, to make the required findings for approval of the project as specified in attachment A of the staff report, to determine that the project is exempt from CEQA pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15303 and 15305, and to approve the project, case number 20 CDP 76 and 21 VAR 4, de novo, subject to the conditions of approval included as attachment B1 and B2 of the staff report. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm available for questions.
Okay, any questions? Four of us are clear so far, so Susan, go right ahead. I can't hear you.
So the shaded portion in the south side of the house, is that the deck?
Commissioner Keller, through the chair, yes, the area that is kind of hatched that's directly south of the ADU is the deck area. And you should be able to see the steps leading up to the deck.
Right. In none of the documents that I could tell that we've received, most of them show the historic cottage footprint, but I was curious as to if you have a footprint of the existing cottage that needs to be demolished as a comparison to what was historic and what is proposed.
Commissioner Keller, through the chair, the existing cottage is in the same general vicinity as the ADU, so it's in the same location. The historic cottage footprint is shown as a reference point, just so that the commissioners could see what was on the property historically. But the cottage that's out there right now that's going to be demolished is in the same location.
Okay, well then how does it differ from this proposed cottage?
Commissioner Keller, through the chair, the existing cottage is built on the ground, so it's not raised. This proposed ADU is, number one, smaller in size. The existing unpermitted cottage is 1,300 square feet and built on the ground level, and the ADU is built 8 feet off the ground so that it can meet county flood control base floor elevation requirements. So those are the two biggest differences.
Yeah, if you include the deck, then it's more than 1,100 square feet. Is that correct? That's not included in the square footage.
Commissioner Kelleher, that is correct. The deck is not included.
Okay, and then secondly, what about the setbacks? Has there been any change to the setbacks?
Commissioner Kelleher, through the chair. So the setback on this parcel has 10-foot side setbacks and a 25-foot rear setback from the north property line. And
correct.
What the applicant's proposing to do is to reduce that rear yard setback to 4 feet from 25 feet. But the setbacks themselves stay the same.
No, I'm asking, I'm sorry, I guess you misunderstood me. What is the position of the existing cottage in regard to the setback requirements?
Commissioner Keller, through the chair, that might be a good question for the applicant's agent. I'm not sure exactly where that cottage was constructed since it was unpermitted. I believe that they moved it slightly to the west so that it wouldn't be on the property boundaries. But since it wasn't permitted, we don't, they didn't receive a permit from us for it.
Right, but the fact is that we objected to the size and placement, not just being on the ground, but the size and positioning of the existing cottage. And so it would be important to know that in comparison to what is currently proposed. So hopefully the applicant can answer that question.
Commissioner Keller, through the chair too, I would like to provide a clarification. I think I misunderstood what your question was. So when we came to the commission last year, the proposed ADU was closer to the creek But the cottage that's out there right now has always been unpermitted and has always been proposed to be demolished. So,
Yes, we know that. That was made clear at the first meeting.
okay.
And I'm just
It's
asking
reference.
how this differs, but maybe someone else can answer that. So we'll move on. Thank you.
Well, it's kind of, I think it is, it's important to know because that's all we see is what's there. And so it gives us some perspective. That's why the question has merit. So maybe the applicant can answer your question. But my question is, why the adherence to 25 as opposed now to 4 foot? Is there, I guess the owner of the property to the north is the railroad company. Is that right? I mean, Santa Fe or whatever it is. Is that who?
Commissioner
At the border?
Police? Yes,
Yes.
the parcel to the north is the Union Pacific Railroad. And so shifting the ADU farther to the north isn't going to impact, other residences in the area.
Right.
And that's part of the reason why I think the applicant is proposing to have such a small rear yard setback in that area. In addition, it pushes it farther away from Romero Creek, which is, in
Yeah.
general, a good thing.
Yes. Okay. So, is there any other? Let's see. No. So, is it time to hear from the applicant? Or should we move forward with that, please?
Sure, I am ready if you're ready for me.
Okay.
So good afternoon, Chair Polici and Commissioners. I'm Eva Turenchak, and I am the agent for Mr. Grassini. And we are very happy to be back before you today for your consideration of the Grassini ADU. Based on the time of day and the fact that Mr. Schmuckel did a great job covering the project in both his staff report and presentation, I just have a few additional comments and I'll try to address the questions that have come up so far. I was feverishly trying to find, we do have an exhibit that shows both the current unpermitted structure with the proposed structure. So I will try to find that and email it to Mr. Schmuckel so he can put it up for you guys. As Mr. Schmuckel pointed out, we have spent the better part of the last year working with flood control and the fire department to gain their approvals on the project. I'm not going to go into the details on the footbridge. It's pretty basic, but if you guys have questions, I'm happy to. But again, just to kind of keep it brief. With flood control, we did do an extensive hydrology report that was prepared by Stantec, and it showed that the proposed structure will not cause a lateral load on the creek bank, will result in no rise to the BFE, and has an almost imperceptible change to flow velocities and water depth in the creek. So all of those things combined resulted in flood control approving the project at its proposed location. As Mr. Schmuckel pointed out, we have also set that cottage further back from the creek than when you last saw the project. And as a result, we're asking for a variance. And I do want to point out, I think it's good to note that in addition to the reasons that staff gave for supporting the variance, current state law does allow for a 4-foot side and rear setback for ADUs. That standard has already been incorporated into the Montecito Land Use and Development Code, and it's currently in the LCP and Coastal Zoning Ordinance Amendment package that's in front of the Coastal Commission right now. So pretty soon we're expecting that the 4-foot will actually apply in the coastal zone as well. And then additionally, the historic cottage, which was there for the better part of a century, was actually 4 feet over the rear property line. So even with this reduced setback, it's actually an 8-foot improvement over the historic condition. So given all of those things, we are hopeful that your commission will support the variance request along with the CDP for the cottage. As far as the bio setback reduction, I do think it's important to note that Cardno's bio report was peer reviewed by a another county approved biologist. Cardno is a county approved biologist, and they also supported the setback reduction for the same reasons. So that's kind of the highlights. I am happy to answer any questions. Mr. Grassini is here as well if you have questions for him, and we're very much looking forward to the successful completion of this project. Thank you.
Okay.
I have a question. Are there any other architectural drawings available that I don't have in my packet, like a section? My question is, The understory of the building, is that to remain dirt? Is there a slab being proposed? Are there
No.
permanent footings?
The project will be on caisson, so the underside of the building will be on dirt. There is I don't remember how much, but there is an area with gravel for just to kind of improve the current drainage situation into the creek. But that was proposed by the engineer.
So it'll either be dirt or gravel underneath the building on caissons. And what are the wall? I see there are walls as part of the architecture. How are they being supported?
The walls exist.
The walls below the new footprint of the building? I don't think they're existing walls.
Where there are existing creek walls and the building is going up 8 feet, but I'm not sure what exactly you're looking at. So there, it may be that I don't think we're proposing any walls under the structure though.
That's not what he said. Say your question again, Bob.
Yeah, I think there are walls being proposed under the structure.
Take a look at page number 8, which shows the elevation. It does appear that there are some kind of walls underneath the platform.
Are they breakaway walls?
Everything below the finished floor elevation of the house is breakaway. Yes.
So it's like lattice work, or is it solid?
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what you're looking at. Yeah, exactly. That's just an aesthetic thing. It is lattice and it is completely breakaway.
Is there a detail of this anywhere? Are there any other drawings that we can look at to know what this is? There are all sorts of sections here. They were not provided in our packet. Here we go.
Commissioners, this is Chris Schmuckel, the planner. So I pulled up the attachment E, which is the project plans, so that if you want to look at your own packets, it should be attachment E.
Man, I don't see it in my packet. I have one page in my packet.
They're hearing David Villalobos, Mr. Villalobos is giving me information saying they're in the revised plan sets that were sent out by hearing support.
See, I mean, we're still kind of fuzzy, so I mean, I can't read any of the notes that are on here. Is there another sheet?
Commissioner Kupiak, I'm happy to zoom in on any of these if you are interested in looking
On
at
any
some.
one of those small sections. Just get in closer so we can see what it is we're looking at here. Got it. Okay, that clarifies things for me. Okay.
Also on that same package, Chris, if you go to A1.1 of attachment E, that shows the footprint of the existing, or the current existing structure. It is unfortunately not overlaid. I'm still looking because I thought we did have one, but that at least gives you a sense of where it sits in relation to the creek and the property lines.
Thank you, Mr. I just also discovered that, but the question is, there's a white area and then in a surrounding gray area. What do those represent, please? Of the existing?
That is a really good question, Commissioner.
You're supposed to answer.
That I'm supposed to answer it. This is a survey, and surveyors sometimes do crazy things. I can tell you that the dashed line is definitely the exterior of the structure. I am not sure why they did it like that.
I think just to make it clear that that was the building.
Yeah, but I don't know why make the middle part white.
Commissioners, we think, commissioners, we think it's just, architectural,
graphics,
just sort of nuance or flair or something like that, but it's not representing two separate parts of the structure. The outline is the structure.
Does it represent roof height in some way? Because you said there was there was variation in roof height.
Not on the existing structure. There's not.
And just one other question. It would appear that this existing structure goes over the property line, not just the building envelope. Is that correct?
The existing structure, they moved to the west to avoid, it had both an encroachment onto the adjacent property, which was fixed, and the 4-foot encroachment into the Pacific Railroad, which they maintained because they had never had an issue with it.
Okay, so what is represented here with the heavier dotted line, and I'm sorry, I cannot read the description, but the building itself crosses over it by about 4 feet. So
It's 4 feet.
Right, so that heavier dotted line represents what?
The property line.
So it looks as though the existing structure is going over the property line by 4 feet.
Correct. The rear property line.
Okay. And is that including the setback so that the new proposed structure, which is going 4 feet into the 25-foot setback, so does that mean it's located in the same northern boundary, the same northern wall?
So this structure is completely going away. The new structure will be 4 feet south, so down on the page from that dark black line, which is approximately the same amount of space that you see from that dark black line north right now.
Thank you.
So it'll be an 8-foot improvement.
So that the current, as you say, the current one is 8 feet further north than what is proposed.
Correct.
Thank you. That's this kind of information I was trying to get. Thanks so much.
Donna, go ahead. Ms. Sanauer, yes.
Yeah. Question from considering the BFE. Okay, so you're starting basically at ground level. And what is the totality? It's going to be raised 8 feet. What is the totality at top of the roof? What is the from base to the top of the roof? What is that metric in feet? What is the height of the building?
Correct. Yeah, I understand your question. Chris, can you go to the elevations? So the
Commissioner Sanauer, so the roof height is 18 feet 6 inches from the base floor of the bottom of the ADU.
The base floor. How about from ground?
From ground, the ADU is built on the ground.
Okay, so you have 8 feet of caissons, correct? From the ground. You have, okay. And then you have the ADU. And the totality is only 18 feet?
So it's a 10-foot building?
It is just over a 10-foot building, yes. 10-foot, roof height, single story.
So the top of the roof height is 18 feet.
From existing.
Okay. Yep.
Correct.
On my site visit, the canopies, the riparian, I mean, it's amazing. The riparian environment and all the trees, the canopies are just absolutely fabulous. And the height, the totality of the height of the building will impact the canopies. And, there's a myriad of trees, probably 10 at least in this development area. What is the consideration for preserving the trees? And you said that no trees are scheduled for removal.
No, that's correct.
But there will be significant pruning and limbing of the trees for the house to exist, okay? So, but right now, over the existing unpermitted structure, the canopy really, all of the canopies come right down to the rooftops. So what consideration is made, is there a tree protection plan, et cetera, et cetera?
Yeah, the bio report has specific conditions and recommendations for protecting the trees.
Right.
While we were out there with the peer reviewer, this actually came up and we did measure. And it's actually not as significant as it seems because the current structure is not 10 feet. So, and the two biologists had a discussion about the fact that there's power lines that go above. And so that was also part of the reason for measuring, to make sure we weren't going to have an issue with the power lines, which we were not. And so even though they look great right now, those trees are routinely trimmed pretty heavily by Edison because there are lines that go over and they come from across the creek and then continue down. So overall, what the biologist concluded is that with the recommendations in Cardno's report, there would be no impact to trees,
So
to native trees.
Okay, no impact that's foreseeable, but there could be impacts. And if there were, do you have any mitigation of planting 3 to 1 or whatever? Or
I think there's, I can't remember right now, Chris, if you put it in, but there is usually a standard condition that says no trees will be removed as part of this project. If a tree ends up being removed accidentally or whatever, then the tree shall be replaced at a ratio of something. There's usually a standard condition like that.
Okay. And Chris, is there a standard condition on this project on ADU? ADU?
Yes, Commissioner Senauer, Chair Police, if you look at condition number 4, Bio 1, tree protection.
Okay. Okay.
So section B says that no tree removal or damage is authorized with this permit. And if mitigation is required, it will be at a 10 to 1 ratio and will include potentially including a performance security.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Just about these trees, are there any mature like sycamores that have branches that range below that 18 feet that are being impacted?
No, there are no sycamores above or oaks in right above the house or even right next to the house. The closest sycamore is technically not on the property. It's on the adjacent property, but it's, it'll be 10 feet from the structure, if I'm remembering correctly.
And then, Sue, do you have a question too, or are we?
Yes, thank you. I mean, I'm sorry to go over this, but looking at these elevations that I'm currently looking at, if you measure from the ground level, which is right above where that gray strip is, to the top of where the caissons would be, which is before the white strip above the underground area, that's 8 feet. And then it looks as though that white strip is about 2 feet wide. And then from there to the next line appears to be more than 8 feet, like at least 9 feet. And then there's at least 2 and 2.5 feet above that to the ridge line. And then all of which exceeds the 18 feet. And then there's also the center section that looks like a cupola on the top left, but when you see the side elevation, you see it's a long extended sort of skylight area. So I'm just needing certainty that this is actually only 18 feet.
So is there an architect?
So, I just wanted to put your mind at ease on a couple of different things. These elevations, because we are in a flood zone, will need to be verified on the ground by a surveyor at each point. And so, there's no way to really shimmy these around. Like the ground floor, the elevation of the caissons will be verified by a surveyor, the finished floor will be verified by a surveyor, and that's all required by flood control.
Right, I'm not talking about the lower portion, I'm talking about that portion that sticks up in the center that looks like it's above the 18 feet. And it even looks as though the ridge line is above 18 feet. And how do we know that once you start building, the building will not go over what is allowed at that place in this point? What
Yeah,
is the
so right
allowable height?
Yeah, right now the max roof height is shown at an elevation of 38.6 with the understory starting at 20. So that's 18.6 for the max roof height. The little part in the middle is considered an architectural projection and does not get counted into the overall height calculations, and is being done because, as you'll note on the floor plan, this is in order to be as set back from the creek as possible, rather than redoing the current and even the previous U shape of the cottage. We now have a very long and thin building, and so that allows the incorporation of natural light into the middle part.
So it's a clear story.
Yes.
Yeah, just that little part. Yeah.
So the ridge line is at 18 feet.
18.6. Yeah, which is below the 19.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate your clarifying.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Any other reporting from the applicant? Is that complete?
That completes our presentation, yes.
Okay. So do we have public comments? Mr. Villalobos?
No public comment on this item.
Okay. Are we ready to move to some, Donnie, get your hand up, go ahead.
I do, thank you. Regarding the creek setback, the buffer standard is 50 feet and it's been reduced to 8 feet. Is that correct? Is that correct?
Commissioner Senauer, yes, 8 feet is the closest distance from the deck, the corner of the deck to the creek bank.
Well, the deck actually engages the stairway to the north.
Correct.
And so I don't know, it actually, you enter the deck from in other words, the stairs across, there's the stairs across, there's the bridge, the pedestrian bridge across the creek. And then now you step down about 5 feet or 4 feet to the ground, okay? So visually, the step down's going away and the pedestrian bridge stays at the level it is, and it will connect immediately to the deck. That is how one gets into the home because of the caisson dimensions, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So at that point, where is the 8-foot clearance from top of the bank? Do you understand my question? If it intersects the pedestrian bridge to the north, right as it communicates with the property or that side of the property, where is the 8 feet?
So there is, if you look at, and I haven't looked at that in a long time, but I remember having this discussion with the architect. If we look at the site plan, there's a little like side part that they're doing first. So, and the stairs are, set back probably. The bottom of the stairs right now is probably at least 4 feet from the wall, which is what we're calling the top of bank, because there's, with that wall there's not a true top of bank,
Well, it's still considered top of the bank, whether there's a wall or not.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying though. But that's why I just want to make sure, I'm just referencing the wall. So I'm looking right now to see where it's the best place to show you. Hold on. Yeah, if you look at A1.0, yeah, you got it, that press. And I'm sorry because I am traveling, so I'm doing this from my phone, so I cannot see on my screen what Chris has up. So I'm doing this on an iPad here. So, oh gosh, sorry, hold on. So if you look at A1.0, you see where the stairs currently end, then this little stretch, there's this little path that connects to the bridge, and that part is new. And so that will be offset. That's 8 feet from the wall.
Where it communicates with a pedestrian bridge, it's 8 feet. I guess I don't see, anyway, it's hard for me to.
Well, the
to
plans are
understand.
not clear. The plans are not clear.
It's just, when I was on that pedestrian bridge, and it was right at the wall, the stone wall, whenever it was built, at top of the bank. Okay, that's where you went down. And if the deck now communicates directly with a pedestrian bridge at the same level, it's not 8 feet. You're saying it's reduced from 50 to 8 feet. It's much less than 8 feet there.
So if you look at this A1, hold on, let me just make sure I'm saying the right thing. The architectural site plan A1.0. And if you go up and you see proposed stairs from existing bridge to proposed ADU, those are all new. And
okay. So there's stairs. It's not directly contiguous.
Correct.
With the pedestrian bridge.
Yeah.
Where do the stairs go? Up?
They go up, down, and then up again. And it's
They go up, down, and up again. It's not.
They go up. It looks like they go up 4 risers. They go down 2, and then there's another, I don't know, let's see, 4, 5, maybe 8 risers up.
Are you looking at A10?
Yeah.
Boy, this is really a very limited view of what we're trying to decide here, because I can't see it. I mean, I don't see, do you have any elevations in this area where the stairs are? It's just this floor plan.
Chair Police, members of the commission. So I think what the agent's trying to say is that these stairs are new and they go up, and then you would make a left and continue up until you reach the deck area. And I think the bridge itself is proposed to be widened, but it's not proposed to change other than that. And please, Ms. Turnshaw, correct me if I'm if I'm incorrect.
No, that's correct. Yeah.
Okay, I'd sure like to see specs or a diagram of what these stairs, because that was not my understanding at the site visit. My understanding was down from the pedestrian bridge, the downward stairs were to be totally removed, and access would be on the same plane as the pedestrian bridge. And that would attach to the deck, and on we would go. There was none of this up and down. And my question on this is the buffer reduction from 50 to 8 feet. One, that's significant, okay, to begin with. And 2, I think it's less than 8 feet. And we don't have metrics to take a look at that. Am I wrong? Am I just not seeing what I'm asking?
Commissioner all I can tell you is what I'm seeing on the plans, and it has that distance. I don't know.
Is your plan one sheet here, A10? Is that it?
No, if you look at, it shows it as well with a little bit more detail on 2.1. And Commissioner Senauer, through the chair, I do want to correct if it was misstated during the site visit. my understanding is the deck is not at the same elevation. As you pointed out, right now, when you step down from the stairs to the existing grade, it's really only about 5 feet, maybe a little bit less. This deck is going to be about 8 feet above, right? Because this deck's above the caissons. And so it makes sense that we would have to, from the footbridge, go up a couple of feet, 2 to 3 feet to achieve that entrance, because the finished floor is going to be 8 or so feet above the existing grade.
Okay, what is the pedestrian bridge materials as far as fireproof, et cetera, and the stair to the house through the deck? What is the material composition? It's wood now.
It's wood. Yeah, we're not changing the.
Oh, you're not?
Footbridge.
Okay.
No.
So
I mean,
if
we're changing the planks. Sorry, we are
Okay, if the
changing the
footbridge-
planks, but we're not
yeah.
rebuilding the bridge.
Okay, so if the footbridge goes in a fire, whatever, what is the, or flooding, what is the, I'm trying to
How you evacuate?
to evacuate, number one, but two, basically, the material of wood is very different than other material you could the composition could be different, where it basically is more the integrity through either a fire, et cetera, and evacuation. Anyway, that's an aside. Okay, I'll just leave that go right now. Thank you. I don't want to continue with this. Thank you.
All right. Okay. So, have we had, there's no public comment, and we've heard from the applicant as much as we're going to hear, unless we have answers to questions that Ms. Keller has. Ms. Keller, you have a question?
You mentioned that there was another view of the footbridge and stairs on 2 point something.
Got 2.0.
2.1, I think it was. Hold on, let me see. 2.1.
I haven't found that yet, but
Okay, here's what we have. 2.1. There isn't actually anything on that we can see, but it's my understanding that you cross the bridge on a wooden footbridge and you end up at the top of the wall, which is top of bank, and that wall is 5 feet above the ground on the north side. Is that correct?
The wall is.
How many feet above the grade is that wall?
If you're in the creek or if you're on the.
If you're on the footbridge, how many feet are you above the grade on the north side of the wall?
I'm sorry, Commissioner Keller, are you asking me how far above the wall the footbridge is?
Nope.
Yes.
Nope.
Yes. I do not know the answer to that question.
Okay, and how high is the wall above the grade on the north side?
It depends. If from the creek, it's probably 10 feet.
No. I said
If
above
you're-
the grade on the north side of the wall, not the south side, which is where the creek
north
is.
side of the wall.
The building's going to be.
The side the building is on.
Yeah, I don't know for sure, but it's about 4 feet from my memory.
Okay, so the
yeah.
footbridge is at least 4 feet above the ground level.
At least.
Okay, so you would have to descend. You would have to descend. Either the stairway connects to the footbridge at that level, or you descend to the ground and walk some feet and then get the stairs to the house. Can you tell me?
No, because these stairs are new. They're called out as proposed.
Right, but the proposed stairs. So the two options are you cross the footbridge and somehow you connect to the proposed stairs without ever going down to the ground. Or you cross the footbridge and you take steps down to ground level and you walk 5 feet and then start to go up the proposed stairs. Which is it?
It's the former. If you look at that A 1.0 again, it shows you removal of the, it shows, hold on, let's see what it specifically says. It shows portion of existing footbridge lower steps to be removed, and then proposed stairs from existing footbridge to proposed ADU.
Okay, that's, these are things we cannot read on the plans or on the screen. So that's why we're beating this to death, because we can't.
No
tell
worries at all.
what's planned.
No worries.
So in other words, if you cross the footbridge, you will never set foot on the ground. You will go across the footbridge and you will somehow connect with the stairs with an extension of the stairs that must be longer than what is shown on the plans, or you're much closer to the creek than you have presented. I mean, right now I can only see approximately 4 steps up to that landing level. And if that's where the footbridge is, then you're much too close to the creek.
Are you the only one that can?
I don't recall the north side of the footbridge, honestly, but I know on the south side, the footbridge is indeed right at the wall. I do not believe that is the case on the north side, Commissioner Keller. I think this is an accurate representation of where the wall is in relation to where the footbridge ends. I think it goes past the wall.
I'm sorry, what goes past the wall?
The footbridge currently. I do not think it comes down. I don't think you step down. Like on the south side, on the Fernald side, the stairs are literally in the wall. On the south side, that is not the case.
On the north side, but
on the north side, right? So that on the north side, I think the footbridge continues past the wall, and then the steps come down. I don't know the exact distance, but I'm guessing based on what's showing here, it's probably about 8 feet.
Okay, so 8 feet with railings, you walk in a ramp, essentially an elevated ramp from the footbridge to the stairs.
Correct.
And then you still have to go up a few feet to get onto that little landing before you take the left turn and go up to the level of the deck.
Correct.
Okay. That ramp, there's no representation of the ramp that you're referencing from the footbridge to those. I'm sorry.
I was trying to look before I went back to show you that. I was trying to see if maybe one of the elevations has that side. And I will keep.
I'm sorry, Eva, keep going.
No, that's okay. If you found it, Chris, feel free.
No,
or
this
if you
is
have
Travis
something that
Seaward's.
would-
I'm sorry.
Travis.
Commissioners, we're happy to try and help. Maybe if you could provide some guidance as to the issue you're trying to address with these questions. The footbridge is existing, so, and it is allowed in the setback. So I think we just want to help if we can here.
It is shown on the architect's drawing A1.0, which is in my packet.
And if you look at A2.1 also, Commissioner Keller, that might be helpful. It shows the stairs with the footbridge, and it does show that the footbridge does continue.
It shows the repair of the footbridge. It shows how it's being widened. It shows the rails. It shows the bridge coming across. It's hard to see on this. It's very blurry, but in our packets, we have A10. Shows the bridge coming across the creek.
Yeah, I'm looking at the extended packet that was sent out separately. And I'm sorry, I'm not.
Where we want to go with this anyway?
Well, we're just concerned that about the setback. We're concerned about how far it actually is from the wall that's the retaining wall on the creek.
Okay.
So commissioners, this, just to remind you, this project does include a request to reduce that setback. So where it is located now, I mean, the commission has the ability to not approve the request for the reduction, but that is part of this project. And so it's inherently where they're proposing to put it is your discretion and decision to whether to approve that reduction in the setback or not. but the bridge is there already.
Right. It appears that on the drawing that is clear that at least I can see that the corner of the deck is at the 8-foot setback, and the beginning of the new stairs that connect to the bridge is also at the 8-foot setback.
Right.
Extended the bridge to that 8 feet into the site.
So do you have, Susan, you want to say something more?
Sorry, no.
Okay. So,
I just think we need to fix this problem with us being able to look at these drawings online while the public is looking at it. I mean, this is gibberish, you know.
yeah, it's, I hate to say it, but I don't think your client is represented well enough with architectural review. But he may be able to skate through it if we approve what we barely see. Anyway, Donna, any more comments from you? Yeah,
No.
okay. How would you like to proceed here? Anybody? Are we willing to deliberate on this, or what do we want?
Sorry, Chair, but are there any comments from the applicant himself? I mean, the client himself?
Mr. Grassini, you want to say something?
I think that I could go right out and look at it right now, but I believe
That's
that
fine.
the bridge does go on the north wall past the wall. So that would make up the difference, I think, in the setback. I'm hoping that you'll approve this. I think I mentioned in the last time that we discussed this, that this house, we've lived there for 30 years, and our kids grew up there. That little gardener's cottage that was destroyed in the mudslide was an important part of the family growing up, and I've tried to do everything I can. I apologize. I didn't understand completely what went on, and it was an emotional time at the time that when the mudslide knocked that cottage out. I shouldn't have rebuilt without the appropriate permits. But I certainly would not. I wouldn't want to lose the opportunity to have that gardener's cottage, as it was called. It was never used by us as a garden. It was always used for the kids, as when they grew up and moved out, they would live down there when they were in college, and then the grandkids used it as a clubhouse. So it's important to our family to have that back if we could. And I'll answer any questions. I could go out, I guess, and take a look and make sure, but that walkway extends out past the wall, but I believe it does, and that would make up the difference. I don't. Does anyone else have any questions?
Chair Polici, I don't know if you were speaking, but you're muted.
There it is. Jeez. Yeah, I'm sufficient with information, I guess, to make a vote on this if the group is. Susan, your hand's up again.
We were all quite sympathetic to your situation when this came before us before, because we appreciated that it was an emotional family history sort of thing. But it does look as though the gardener's cottage was considerably smaller than this, that you have expanded this in terms of size. Do you have any sense of how, I'm sorry, do you have any sense of what the size was of the gardener's cottage?
It was 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom, kitchen, a living room, and I mean, it doesn't feel a lot bigger, the new plans.
Yeah, the Commissioner Keller, through the chair. At one point, I saw something from the insurance. I never saw the old cottage, but that said it was like $990 or something. And I think the current one that's there now is 13 something, and this one is 11. So it's maybe 100 square feet bigger.
Does that suffice our questions, or can we deliberate here and come up with a Marshall? Are you still with us?
Yeah, I apologize. Yes, I am still with you. I feel like it's not accurate to say I don't have more questions. We're not at deliberation stage, but I don't feel like I understand the details of this project. Somehow these plans are not, I believe Commissioner Senhauer has done an excellent job of kind of teasing out the ambiguity that remains. So I could either spend another 20 minutes trying to get everything straight in my head, or I'd be interested in understanding where other commissioners are kind of headed with this, such that, is that a good use of everyone's time for me to try and to get it all straight in my brain, or if we're headed towards a place of kind of looking for some additional information?
I think that, just to comment on the plan, I mean, I think that, I think Mr. Jewett has done, what you can do. I mean, you kind of put your back to the railroad and you develop a project that tries to mitigate the sound of the railroad tracks. Having visited the site, and having been pretty angry at the fact that an entire building got built without permits, I'm still a little frosted by that. But I think that Mr. Grassini has suffered mightily by having to tear that structure down and replace it with a building that is more appropriate. I mean, I think the extra 300 square feet makes the project just that much better for the owner. I don't see that this has any real impact on anyone. I mean, if it was a natural creek bed, I'd have different set of problems with it. But because it's kind of a man-made part of the construction of the waterway, I mean, it's not a natural thing. It's really something that was built in order to accommodate the direction of the creek. So from my vantage point, I don't see anything here that's harmful. I mean, we've walked the site and looked at it. I don't think that this building is going to cause anybody any heartache.
No.
I'm happy to let this building get built and, have the Grassinis put the history of their family back together.
Thank you.
I agree with that.
Is that a motion?
Bob?
I'd make a motion, if we're ready, I'd make a motion to approve the staff recommendation and let the project move forward.
Donna? Anybody?
I'm not going to second it. No.
Okay. Is there a second out there? Jeez.
Well,
I don't know what's going to take.
I'll second it. I feel like we need to get to deliberations on this.
Okay. So, David?
Are we going to have discussion after the motion?
Okay, let's have discussion. Go ahead, Donna.
Yeah. First of all, I appreciate very much Mr. Grassini, meeting him twice, once just the other day and once last year. This is a project that is near and dear to him and his family. And I empathize with that, and I really appreciate it. I find that, however, in that it is very constrained. It is in Esch, and you can basically say, well, Esch went away a long time ago. I can't come to that conclusion. It's to be respected. And I think that the setbacks are extraordinary. And the top of the bank, I understand, is 50 feet, and we have discretion to increase it or decrease it in the language, in the code. But I believe 50 feet to 8 feet is, it's quote, a bridge too far. I cannot support that. The rear setback, there was, Ava mentioned that with ADUs, 4 feet, okay, is going to be the standard. It hasn't come before the Coastal Commission yet for approval on our LCP, et cetera. And so that's assumptive. I just feel this development is to the intensification of development on this site, which is riparian and Esch, is just too much. I think I can't approve it. I think if Mr. Grassini could find on the south part of his property across the creek, an area where this could be built, it wouldn't preclude an ADU. I'm not sure if they have an ADU on the south portion of this property. Is there an ADU existing?
No.
Or a guest house?
There's a guest house.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Grassini. Anyway, that's my thoughts on this. I'll reserve any other comments. Thank you.
Well, okay. Does anybody besides Donna have comments now? Susan, you have something to say?
Thank you. Yes. When we voted last time, we were very, as I said, very torn because we were sensitive and sympathetic to Mr. Grassini's position, but didn't like the precedent that was being set. Because on one hand, it's 50 feet to 8 feet. On the other hand, it's 25 feet to 4 feet. And there is an existing guest house on the property. And I feel that this solution of raising it so much and adding what looks to be at least 400 square feet, maybe more of deck, which really increases the footprint. The 1,100 square feet is just the building and the deck is not counted in that amount. So it makes for a much larger structure that is now 8 feet off the ground. And that seems to be quite precedent setting in terms of our having to make accommodation for it. I appreciated the statement that he should not be denied, I'm paraphrasing, he should not be denied use of his property that other property owners enjoy. But he bought the property knowing there was a creek running through it, knowing there was an Esch involved, and having the benefit of the smaller gardener's cottage previously. And I'm just having a real struggle finding this an appropriate replacement for that. And I'm sorry that we didn't have better information and clearer plans, which might have made it easier to make this decision. So that's all I can say right now. Thank you.
Okay. So we have a motion. Is that true? And a second. And so, Mr. Villalobos, it's time for a vote.
Commissioner Keller.
Can't hear you.
Please call us in a different order.
Commissioner Miller.
Aye.
Commissioner Kupiec,
Aye.
Commissioner Senauer,
No,
Commissioner Keller,
No.
Chair Police.
Oh, God.
That's why you get the big bucks.
Um, Well, I got to make a comment here before I make my vote. I don't know whether or not anything's going to transpire except it being knocked down by a flood and the remnants be on his property again. And I don't know who sees this house, this structure besides the Grassinis much. And so I think it's all their liability. I don't know. I'm gonna approve. I say aye.
Motion passes 3-2.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Police and Commissioners, can we take a 5-minute break to get set up for the next team? And then
Now, which one are we doing next?
so the next item on Chair, the next item on the agenda is the Santa Barbara Cemetery grading project.
Do we want to do it in this order in case we drop one? Would be better to serve our residents on the, or is this the order that you want to do it, Jeff?
Chair, I leave it up to you. If you wanted to switch the order, we can, as long as the applicants for the last one are ready to go. We could change the order if you would like.
I'd soon rather do the Miramar, just in case we get stuck and can't get to the fourth. I'd rather, the dead can wait.
Okay, so
Sorry.
on that note, Chair, then we'll just make sure that the number 4 will be our next item. And that will be the Loomis additions. And then
2 minutes.
Can we get 5 minutes to just set up? Because we'll need to get that staff available and ready to present.
How much time?
We go 5?
Oh, yeah, we can give you 10, 2:40.
Okay.
I'd like to, I have a hard out at 3 PM today. I apologize. I had not focused on how late this was. I should have paid more attention to the agenda.
Yeah, okay. Well, can we do it in 5, Jeff? Try to get it done in 5. We'll be waiting for you.
All right, we're back on the air whenever you're ready to start the next item.
Please, let's get started. There's staff presentation.
All right. So let me read the item into the record. The following is a hearing on the request of William and Kristen Loomis, property owners and applicant, to consider case numbers 21 CDH 33 and 21 VAR 5, and to determine the project is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to sections 15301, 15303, and 15305 of the state guidelines for implementation of the California Environmental Quality Act.
Okay.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the Commission. My name is Katie Nall, and I'll be presenting the proposed Loomis additions, case numbers 21 CDH 33 and 21 VAR 5. Okay. Is everyone ready? These are aerial photos of the project site. The property, outlined in red, is located in the coastal area of Montecito at 1536 Miramar Beach Drive and is zoned residential 7R1. The site is located on a 0.08 acre beachfront parcel accessed by Miramar Beach Drive, which is a private road. So these are photos of the site as it exists today. The residence was built in 1946, and like many other properties on the street, it was built within the front and side setback areas. The photo on the left shows the front of the property facing Miramar Beach Drive. You can see the site's 5 designated on-site parking spaces, its carport, and storage sheds, which are all within the front setback. These were permitted.
Pardon me a second. Are you saying you're showing pictures on the screen?
Yes. Do you not see those?
I don't, but is anybody else seeing them?
I am. If it's
Yep,
carport,
yes.
yeah.
I see them.
See it.
Yep.
Great. All right, I'll use the sheet of paper. Go ahead.
All right. So for those of you who can see the photos on the screen, the photo on the left shows the front of the property, which faces Miramar Beach Drive. It shows the 5 designated parking spaces and the storage shed and the carport, which I just said were permitted via 2 variances in 1991. And then the photo on the left shows the rear of the residence, which faces the ocean. So this is the existing site layout as it exists today. The red line is the property line. The blue is the setback requirements, so 20 feet from the street right-of-way and 5 from the side. And the purple is the legal non-conforming structure on site. You can see that the residence encroaches into the front and the side setbacks, and the carport actually crosses the front property line. And again, these were all permitted from previous variances. So this slide shows the proposed residential additions in green and the deck and balconies in yellow. The proposed residential addition encroaches into the front setback 9 feet 10 inches. So it'll be 10 feet 2 inches from the property line. None of the additions will further encroach into the setback areas than what currently exists. These are the locations of the proposed additions. The left side photo shows the existing stairway on the east side of the residence. This area will be enclosed and will add to the residential footprint. The existing loft shown in the photo to the right will be expanded, and the deck will cover the roof area shown. The new additions will total 170 square feet of living space and 510 square feet of new deck and balcony area. This is the first floor. There will be no change to this floor's layout. This is the second floor, and it will include the 17 square feet of the staircase addition and the 2 50 square foot balcony additions. Finally, this is the third floor. It includes the 153 square foot addition to the existing second story loft and construction of a new 410 square foot roof deck with a new stairway. The maximum allowable height for residential lots in Montecito is 25 feet above existing grade. but portions of the structure may exceed that height by 3 feet, where the roof pitch is 4 to 12 or greater. The proposed addition to the loft has a 4 to 12 pitch, which will allow the height limit for that portion of the residence to be 28 feet. So in this graphic, the bold dash line shows the allowable height. This slide shows the elevations from all directions. Something of note, the additions will not be visible from the north, aka Miramar Beach Drive. Story poles were erected for MBAR review on December 2nd, 2021. Here are some of the photos demonstrating the extent of the loft addition and balcony. The proposed variance will allow for the residential addition to be located within the front setback. However, it will be built over existing structure and does not represent a new intrusion into the setback. 9 feet 10 inches of the addition is located within that setback area. In this specific neighborhood, county record shows a total of 9 previous front setback variances, which have been granted to allow development within the front setback. The properties are highlighted here, and they're also summarized in attachment G of the staff report. MBAR reviewed the project on October 7th, November 4th, and December 2nd of 2021. They provided positive feedback and determined the scale and design was compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. The project will return for prelim and final approval after action by your commission. With the approved variance and as conditioned, the project would comply with the requirements of Article 2, the Coastal Zoning Ordinance, and would be consistent with the County Comprehensive Plan, including the Montecito Community Plan. The project can be considered categorically exempt from environmental review pursuant to CEQA Section 15301, minor alterations to existing structures, Section 15303, new construction or conversion of small structures, and also Section 15305, minor alterations to land use limitations. Staff recommends the following. Make the required findings for approval for the proposed project as specified in Attachment A of the staff report, including CEQA findings. Determine the project is exempt from CEQA pursuant to CEQA guidelines sections 15301, 15303, and 15305. And finally, approve the project case numbers 21 CDH 33 and 21 VAR, this should actually say 5, 21 VAR 5, subject to the conditions included as attachment B. That concludes my presentation, and I am available for questions.
Anybody have any questions?
Chair Police, I'm sorry, did we do ex parte? Did I miss that?
You didn't miss it because it didn't happen. Okay. You want to say something regarding that?
I do. I had a site visit and met Mr. and Mrs. Loomis and Clay on, I believe it was Monday or Tuesday of excuse me, of this week. Thank you.
Well, that's good. Anybody else?
Apologize. Yes, I should state that I spoke to a near neighbor, the resident at 1540 Miramar Beach. And I was curious because she says that she is quite certain she never got notice about any of the MBAR meetings and was not aware of these plans. So I just need to be sure that this actually did occur because she was completely unaware that this was happening.
Okay. So I guess we can assume that it did happen.
This was, yeah, the address, as I say, is 1540, which is just 2 doors away. And that's within, I think, is it the 300 foot?
Yep.
Okay, just giving that report.
All right. Okay. So does the applicant have wish to speak here? Applicant rep?
Ocha, speaking on behalf of Clay Arell for AB Design. I don't think we have additional comment unless questions need specific answers.
Okay.
But we're available.
All right, Susan, is your hand there from the last time? Is that a new hand? Okay. Bob, our registered architect here, you have any comments or questions for?
I see this building all the time as I walk the beach. I don't really have any problems with the project. I also think that the balcony additions on the beach side of the house will break up what is currently a rather boring elevation. So, I think it's an improvement.
Okay. Well, they have no other comments and we don't. So we ask the public if they have comments. You can come back to you, Susan, if you got another one coming up. David, you have public comments on this?
No public comment for this item.
Boy. Okay, so Susan, Donna, pardon me, Donna, you can go first.
Yeah, on the site visit, I didn't reference this. There's no lighting on the deck. Is that correct? There's not going to be any fairy lights or any roof lighting at night. Is that correct?
Chair, I can answer that question if
Sure.
that's acceptable. Donna, there will be some lighting. There's one sconce on the exterior door from the loft to the deck, but it is, we've selected one per requirements to be what's called dark sky compliant and also shielded, so the bulb is not visible. So that's in our drawings and was reviewed by the planner before we got to you guys.
And so that's it as far as lighting.
Yeah,
Okay.
just enough to get in and out of
Right.
that space.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay, well, I'm quite fond of this. I always have been. I lived in Miramar for a while. I think it's a necessary upgrade and improvement. So I think we should consider, if there's no public comment and no more comment from the applicant, and Susan, is your hand up again? It still counts? I can't tell you. Can't hear you.
Apologies, the unmuting was complicated. I just wanted to ask about the MBAR because she reported that the comments from MBAR were positive, and that isn't how I would read them. At the first meeting, they said to provide neighborhood FAR compatibility study, significantly reduce the size of the roof deck, provide east and west section showing how deck will affect neighbors' privacy, and then someone suggested restudying the location of the exterior stairway. And then on the second appearance, it talked about the story poles, and then it says board appreciates reduction in deck size and response to previous comments. And I would appreciate knowing how much the deck size was decreased. And then it says the board expresses concerns regarding the project's potential contribution to incremental changes to the character of the neighborhood and the precedent-setting potential of this project, which doesn't sound completely positive as a response to me. And I wonder if there's been anything else to report. And I wonder if you could tell me, please, what changes were made in response to the first series of comments.
Commissioner Keller, through the chair, the staff report comment that stated that the project received positive comments from MBAR was relating to their final or their last review on December 2nd. Previous meetings included revised plans or earlier plans. Throughout those two previous meetings, they had updated their plans to more accurately provide a plan that the MBAR was satisfied with. For details on what those previous plans entailed, I think that the agent would have a better response.
Agent?
Yes, I can speak to that. So I'll try and give you a high-level overview without getting into the weeds, but And I am looking for the original deck square footages, Commissioner Keller, so I can give you that precise answer. Originally the deck was 880 square feet and projected much closer to the edge of the house near the beach. So we pulled it back almost a 50% reduction so that the roof pitch hits a ridge line before the deck is there. So you see the roof slope from the beach as it currently exists. So that was a major adjustment. Another item that was contentious, I would say, with one of the neighbors across the tracks to the north. And this is addressing that question of incremental deterioration. I unfortunately don't remember that neighbor's name. I'm sorry, I wasn't prepared to speak about them directly, so forgive me, but it's probably in the minutes from MBAR. They felt that there was a piece of the loft at that time which projected just slightly beyond the silhouette of the existing storage units, and they didn't want that to happen. So we studied the view with them. So MBAR went out to their site, to our client's site, and the Loomises, the owner of this project, made a concession and said, okay, they'll had AB design scale back the roof line and lower the roof in that portion of the project so that it is completely behind the north silhouette of the fence and existing storage. And that mitigated the found compliance together with those neighbors, and hopefully does not deteriorate their view. That comment was based on the fact that this neighbor has lived there for 2 decades, and over time they noted that small additions and adjustments to houses like this within their view corridor have had an aggregate effect on their view, which MBAR said, is not really in their purview to analyze. It's like this project is what they're analyzing, but they did take that to heart and take it into consideration, and the Loomises did as well. And so that's why on the north elevation of this project now, you can't really see anything that's happening on the other side of the fence and the storage units.
Just one last thing. It is still considerably over the FAR. And I guess there is one just next door that's 140%. This is, and then one that's, so it appears that all along to the east, the properties are all much smaller. And then the ones that have been rehabilitated are all bigger. And I noticed that an MBAR member expressed concern about the creeping increase in FAR. And this is the sort of thing that we on the Planning Commission watch, because projects tend to, as a matter of course, get approved for 10% over FAR. And then the next, I'm just saying that this seems to piggyback. And currently it's at, I'm just saying, so the previous, does this make it 121% over? I mean, 121% of the FAR, or was it that way before?
It is currently at 115 in its permitted existing condition. So we're adding 6%.
6%.
And I think, I can't speak for that particular MBAR. I believe it was the chairman who was not convinced that this FAR, but MBAR as a group were in support. He was the one dissenter. And correct me, Katie, if that's an incorrect framing of the situation. But the Loomises went out of their way to keep the expansion of the footprint small. And I think that made an impression with MBAR, is they're only adding 114 square feet. And a portion of that, 17 of that, so dropping the number even below 100, is already an outside stair that has structure. So they're just enclosing that and bringing it in. So I think your point is valid, and we see it and understand it from that MBAR dissenter's point of view also. But we feel that they're taking a very measured approach to how much square footage they're adding to an existing loft that is there, and they're just increasing it a smidge. And I know that this again falls in the similar category, like how much, how little is too much. But we got the sense coming out of our last meeting with MBAR that they felt that this was not crossing a threshold that they were uncomfortable with.
I want to ask Marshall, we are close here to being ready to deliberate. Or do you have any more minutes left in you, or are you out?
I'm supposed to be done at 3, but if I want to be respectful to my fellow commissioners on deliberation, but if this is going 5 more minutes, I'm good. If it's not, I need to leave.
Then may I just make a quick comment that the party I spoke to who lives at 1540 said she thought the main concern would be from the neighbors behind the property because their view would be impacted. And so I'm glad to hear you report that you did speak to them and satisfy their concerns. But I note that of all of the properties along the beach, this is in the top 5 of those properties in terms of FAR. And it's just, it's a concern because it is being so overbuilt. I'm finished now. Thank you.
Donna?
Yeah, I am ready to make a motion. Before I do, I would just like to state that variances, as we see along the stretch of Miramar Beach, are continue. Okay, they continue to be before us, etc., before MBAR. And I think we need to take a step back and say, just because they have been, there was 9, I believe, Katie, you said close by, that needs to be separate from our deliberations and our thoughts on each particular variance that comes before us. It's very important that we just don't sort of, well, we've got variances all over, what's one more? I think cumulative, especially in the coastal zone, is crucial for each project to be taken individually. So given that, I will make a motion to accept staff's recommendation to make the required findings for approval of the project specified in attachment A. Staff report determine the project is exempt from CEQA and approve the project subject to conditions included in attachment B.
Okay, do we have a second?
I will second that.
Okay. So, Mr. Villalobos, are you there?
Commissioner Keller. Oh, you're on mute, Commissioner Keller.
Aye.
Okay,
I'm off.
Commissioner Miller?
Aye.
Commissioner Kupiec?
Aye.
Commissioner Senauer?
Aye.
Chair Puliche?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thanks. Okay, thank you, applicant. Good presentation. And Marshall, thanks for sticking around. Okay. Well, we have one more. Can we still do this now? You guys game for us to, are you prepared, county staff, to present?
Chair, we're ready to go. We're setting a good record. Started off slow, but we're finishing strong. So I think we have time to do one more.
I do have one question. As a property owner in the cemetery, would I be obligated to recuse myself from deliberations?
As long as you're alive, you can vote.
But I mean, I do have a financial interest because I own a piece of property there. What does that mean? A county council, would you address this for me, please?
She's waiting all day for you.
Sure, Commissioner Keller. I think there's the potential appearance of bias, and so in an abundance of caution, I think if you wanted to recuse yourself, we'd still have a quorum, I believe. So that might be the most prudent approach.
Thank you. I didn't know if anybody else was in this position, but we recently are in that position. So I appreciate, I'd like to hear the discussion, but I will recuse myself from the voting, or do I need to recuse myself completely?
Typically, we ask if you're going to recuse yourself, you actually sign out of the Zoom, and then you could observe on the live broadcast if you wanted to, but we wouldn't want you to participate in any way in the Zoom hearing. So we recommend that you sign off.
All right. Thank you for your recommendation. Okay,
One
fellow
way to get out of here.
commissioners. Sayonara. Yes,
It's going,
exactly.
Sue. All
All
right.
right. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, so we're down to 3. With this, we even go faster. Okay, so staff, here.
The following is a hearing on the request of Charles McClure, agent for the Santa Barbara Cemetery Association, to consider case numbers 21 AMD 3 and 22 CDH 10, and to determine the project is exempt from the provisions of CEQA pursuant to State CEQA Guidelines Section 15301.
And Commissioners, I just want to take one quick second. I'm introducing Aaliyah Vosberg. This is the first time before the Montecito Planning Commission. She's done a lot of cases, cannabis cases with the regular commissions, but this is her first time before you guys.
Welcome.
Welcome aboard.
And I have ex parte.
Okay.
So I've done a lot of
Yeah.
site visits. Okay.
Garrett badge
Yes.
is here for this.
So I met Mr. McClure, and I think his name was Randy, who is the manager of the cemetery, and walked the area of the project, and was there about a half hour. So I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Okay, proceed with the presentation, County. Or is that our young new person?
There we go. Hi, good afternoon, Chair Palice and Commissioners. My name is Aaliyah Vosberg, and I'll be presenting the Santa Barbara Cemetery Grading Project, which is case number 22 AMD3 and 22 CDH10. This project is a request for approval of an amendment to the Santa Barbara Cemetery's operating conditional use permit and approval of a coastal development permit to allow installation of 2,358 precast underground concrete crypts with associated grading on the Santa Barbara Cemetery property. So what you're seeing here is a vicinity map of the project area. The cemetery property is outlined in blue, and it is a 57-acre parcel located in the coastal zone of the Montecito Community Plan area. It's zoned 20R1 and has a comprehensive plan land use designation of cemetery. The property is generally bounded on the north and east by Channel Drive, on the south by the Coastal Bluff, and on the west by the Clark Estate within the city of Santa Barbara. And the project footprint is shown here outlined in white and is a roughly 1.17 acre area on the east side of the property, approximately 650 feet south of Highway 101, 50 feet west of Channel Drive, and approximately 750 feet north of the Coastal Bluff. Next slide, please. So for background, the cemetery use of the property was first established in 1867 prior to the establishment of zoning regulations. Then in 1968, the operating conditional use permit 68 CP31 was issued, which validated all of the existing cemetery uses and facilities on the property at that time. And since then, numerous subsequent permits have been issued on the property over the years, which allowed construction of additional buildings and allowed installation of precast underground concrete crypts similar to those proposed here today. Next slide, please. So this slide shows a site plan of the proposed project, which again is for installation of 2,358 precast underground concrete crypts for future grave sites. The project area is outlined here in black, and it's located in the Linda Vista section of the cemetery, which is a section of the cemetery that's been previously platted for grave sites. The project area is currently a pre-disturbed manicured lawn that is bounded on the west and the south by existing underground crypts that were permitted and installed during previous phases of crypt installation in this section. And then under the scope of this project, the proposed underground crypt installation would involve grading of approximately 9,800 cubic yards of cut, 4,000 cubic yards of fill over an area of 1.17 acres. And then upon completion of the crypt installation, the project area would be restored with new sod to replace existing. Next slide. So this just shows a cross section of the proposed project. You can see the proposed crypts are the boxes shaded in pink. The existing grade is shown by the dashed blue line, and the proposed grade is shown by the solid blue line. Next slide. So as discussed in detail in the staff report, the project is consistent with all applicable standards of Article 2 Coastal Zoning Ordinance, including allowed uses in the R1 zone district. The project as conditioned is also consistent with all applicable policies of the comprehensive plan, the coastal land use plan, and the Montecito community plan, including policies pertaining to adequate services, watershed protection, visual, biological, and cultural resources, noise, and coastal access. Additionally, the project, as discussed in detail in the project findings, all findings for approval can be made. Next slide, please. And finally, the proposed project is categorically exempt from environmental review under CEQA pursuant to sections 15301 and 15304 of the guidelines for implementation of CEQA. Section 15301 exempts projects involving negligible or no expansion of existing or former use, and section 15304 exempts projects involving only minor alterations of land. So the proposed project representing a continuation of the existing and permitted cemetery use of the property and involving only minor alteration of the project area can be found categorically exempt from CEQA. Next slide, please. So with that, staff recommends that the commission make the required findings for approval of the project specified in attachment A of the staff report, including CEQA findings. Determine that the project is exempt from CEQA pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15301 and 15304 as specified in attachment C of the staff report. And finally, approve the project case numbers 22 AMG3 and 22 CDH10 subject to the conditions of approval included as attachments B1 and B2 of the staff report. And that concludes my presentation, and staff is happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, Donna, please.
Yeah, I have some questions. I don't know if the applicant is Mr. McClure. Are you going to have a presentation? It might be best if I hold off for that, or.
I think that Aaliyah
Okay.
did a nice job of
Great.
presenting it, so I
Okay.
don't have a great
Good.
deal more to add.
Okay, thanks. David, could you please tee up the two photos I took of the Morton fig that was not referenced to be removed, but on the plans it's a little X, but it's not in the staff report. So could you please bring that up, please? This is on the southern the southern portion of the development, proposed development. And it is I would say it's a specimen tree. Its canopy is probably 100 feet in every direction. And its root system is significant. Now, I was told that by Mr. McClure that there's a arborist report, which I don't think it was included. I didn't see it. In any case, that the arborist and Mr. McClure, of course, if I'm incorrect in any of this, I'm sure you will correct
Sure.
me. That the tree is not in great shape, and that's all I know. And so it's going to be sacrificed and removed, and there's going to when that occurs, the build out of this project area will increase. What did we say? Like 500 crypts?
Oh, probably 200
200
spaces.
crypts, and each crypt is really basically two, one on top of another. So 500 is really 1,000. Is that correct, Mr. McClure?
Oh, something like that. We have to, when you're working around trees like this, it's usually the canopy plus 50%. So
Right.
the footprint becomes
Right.
enormous.
Right. So this is a huge concern of mine, that it's going to be sacrificed. I do not see a report or a peer review of this tree, its health, et cetera. It was just, from what I understand from Mr. McClure, it was assumptive. There was a look-see and, well, it's not doing so well, which a lot of trees aren't. But my question is could it remain? That would be my my hope. And two, in lieu of that, if in fact it is quote struggling, which I do not see empirical evidence of from any report, are there not other sections that are proposed for CRIPS, like this project, where that section could be developed in and wait on this section? That's the only, I'm concerned about the specimen tree, taking it down, sacrificing it for this project. Thank you, David. You can probably take that down.
I can comment if you'd like.
Please.
Okay, so the arborist report's on sheet L8. And if you read the report, he's got photographs in there. His name's Robert Maroka. And
L8.
he's been
Okay.
He's been an arborist in Santa Barbara for his whole career. And anyway, there's a road on the north side of this development, on the north side of this, where the tree's near, and they've been root pruning for years to keep the roots from picking the road up. So that's led to these great, like if you have, I think there's maybe 8 trunks. And if you look at the arborist report carefully, about 4 of these trunks go up to serve a foliage mass. And you can see that the foliage mass of about half of the trunks is not being serviced adequately by the roots. So some foliage masses are nice and green, and about half the tree are defoliated and not doing sufficiently well in his estimation. So he's saying this is never going to come back. And it was his recommendation to remove it and plant Canary Island pine, which seemed to do well at the cemetery.
Yeah, I just don't see his report. I'm sorry. I'm sure
It's on sheet L8 of my plan set.
That's hard, really hard to see.
Yeah, it's the graphics.
Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Commissioner Sinaras, through the chair, if I might be able to help. That's the site plan set is included as attachment D of the staff report, and it is on sheet L8 of the.
I see the L8. You just can't read it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I need a magnifying glass on this. So I've got to take your word for it. I find it very unfortunate. Specimen trees are being taken down for 101 corridor, et cetera, et cetera. And I just, if there was any way to get this tree to perhaps tend to it a little more, whatever, reduce the project size, et cetera, that would be my hope. Anyway, that's where I just, the sacrifice of that tree in that gorgeous cemetery grounds and landscaping is just.
It's kind of sad.
Well,
yeah,
it's more than, yeah.
If you don't mind, I can kind of comment on that very quickly. That is discussed in detail in the staff report. It's in the project description as well as on page 8 in the policy discussion. And it does kind of cite sections of that arborist report that does describe, like Mr. McClure described, the poor health of the tree. And because of its poor health, it does not meet the definition of a specimen tree. Certainly the applicant can elect to keep it if they would like, but by our policies, it is not a specimen tree because of its poor health. And the arborist did say it was very unlikely to recover.
Who was the arborist?
Robert Maroka.
But there's no peer review of that as far as an arborist, right? No other arborist sort of eyes on and thinking maybe
no,
not.
Mr. Maroka is a county approved arborist, but it was not peer reviewed. It's not our standard practice.
Okay,
so you're asking for a second opinion, what you're saying, Donna, right?
I'm sorry, excuse me? What?
Were you asking for a second opinion?
Yes, I was wondering if that might be appropriate. It's just, it may not be considered a specimen because, quote, it's in ill health, but it's certainly a heritage tree. Okay, I mean, it's a significant Morton fig. I know the Biltmore has many they've tended to them just, I mean, with exquisite care. And I just, anyway, anyway, that's my thoughts. It was questions and then my comments should be held. Anyway, what is the total build out of both sections? The doubling of the crypts, okay, versus just in-ground normal. Do we have any metrics on that data? When will
No,
build
it's-
out happen?
It's probably since the cemetery's been there so long and it's like 53 acres. These are tiny percentages, but this is really the way the cemetery likes to go from now on because they have their space is limited. And for in-ground full casket burials, this doubles the square footage. So it's
Right.
very appealing to them to do
No,
this.
I
I suppose they'll continue to do it as they do this about once every 10 years as they need to as the inventory dwindles. So that's why we're asking for this today.
So you expect to continue amendments to the CUP until full
every
build out?
about every decade they run out of inventory and they'll be approaching you. Yes.
And the stacking is only for a singular family? You don't have different families saying?
No, just, well, gee, I don't know. I don't know about that part.
Okay, well, that's a.
But I do know that they
ancillary.
have the ability to do these one at a time if they wanted to, or small quantities. The need for a permit comes when they want to do, many at a time.
Thank you. That's my questions and my comments all bundled into one. Thank you.
Does anybody else have any questions is there any public comment, David?
No public comment for this item.
Okay. So I'm used to Sue pulling on my chain here right now. She's not here to prolong this thing, but Donna, you were there. I empathize about the tree and the idea of having a second opinion. I mean, gosh, if I could get one, I would have one. Seemed like they should have, but anyway, do you want to go to deliberations here, group? Donna?
Well, it's just, as I said, I would like a peer review of the tree. It's significant. And if I guess it would be a continuance based on that. It would be a very short meeting, but we could get a report if the applicant could do that. That would be my recommendation, and then move forward. I just think a peer review of something of this significance.
I support that idea.
Anyway, that's where I am. That would be my motion to request. Could we request from the applicant? Jeff, is that what we do? The request is to the applicant, or how do we frame that?
I would just recommend making a motion to continue the hearing to a date specific and have direct staff applicant to work together on
Great.
having the
peer
review completed.
Great. And could we have that in January?
You may,
All
January 18th.
All right. In any case, that's my motion to continue this item until time and date specific, January 19th?
18th.
And
Okay,
that peer review of this tree be undertaken. And anyway, that's my motion.
Thank you. So, Bob?
I'd second that motion.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Chair and commissioners, just before we get too excited, can we just double check with the applicant to make sure he's available on the 18th?
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you ask me a question?
Yes. Are you available on January?
Oh, absolutely. Sure. Certainly.
Great. Thank you. And how, one bookkeeping question, how will the peer review arborist be selected?
Well, we would pick somebody off the approved county list, another one, maybe Duke McPherson or Bill Spiewak.
Bill Spivak would be great.
Yes, I
Okay.
agree.
I
I
would have
agree.
great
If, right,
confidence in
I
Bill
agree. If
Spivak.
Bill,
Okay.
yeah, if that's possible, I concur with that.
Okay, I'll call him.
Sure you get him on a day when he's not cranky.
So can we make a motion?
Yeah, we have a motion. You
Okay.
made a motion and it was seconded by Bob. And so, David, could you please take the roll?
Commissioner Kupiec,
Aye.
Commissioner Senauer,
Aye.
Chair Palice.
Aye.
Motion passes 3-0.
Okay. All righty, we got through a long morning and a quicker afternoon, but thank you all for being here, especially staff having to hang around.
Yes.
And thank you for considering this request of ours. I don't really get much choice, but we really like our trees, especially in those beautiful cemeteries you have. Anyway, thanks again, and we'll see you next time. All right, bye-bye.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.